Good morning, everyone. Let things settle down. This is the regular monthly open meeting of the Third Laguna Hills Mutual Board of Directors, a California nonprofit mutual benefit corporation. Today is Tuesday, February 21st, 2023, and it's 9:30 a.m. We are in the boardroom, as well as available for viewing on TV6, Granicus, and Zoom. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I see that we have a quorum present. Our quorum, you may notice, includes a new third board director. May I introduce S.K. Pack, who submitted his candidate application and during this special meeting was selected by other members of this board to fill our remaining open director position. So welcome, S.K. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We will start today's meeting with a Pledge of Allegiance led by Director Kush Bada. Kush.
Thank you. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you, Kush. It's now time to approve today's agenda. Can I get a motion to approve today's agenda? Donna moves, Kush seconds. Thank you. Any suggested changes to today's agenda? All right, I do. I would like to remove item 11C5 from the consent calendar. The member has informed the Landscape Committee as well as the board that they wish to appeal that Landscape Committee decision, so we'll have that appeal probably next board meeting. Okay.
Are we going to exchange the committee assignments with the addendum that we brought outside?
We will. Yeah, I'm not sure how to do that. So I figured I'd bring it up when we got to the committee assignments, but we do have two late additions. One is updated committee assignments, the other is updated standard 31, I believe, for washers and dryers. So we'll fill them, yeah, and I don't know what it is either. But since it came up, I will learn, and next time I'll have the answer. So thanks. Any other comments regarding today's agenda? Everybody okay with it, with that one change? Okay. Seeing no objections, we'll consider today's agenda approved by consent. We're now looking to approve the meeting minutes for 3 different meetings, and we'll address them all separately. Can I get a motion to approve the meeting minutes for last month's open board meeting held on January 17th? Ira moves, Kush seconds. Thank you. Any suggested changes to those meeting minutes? Okay. All right, seeing none, we'll consider those meeting minutes approved by consent. Can I get a motion to approve the meeting minutes for the agenda prep meeting, also held on February 3rd? Chris moves, Kush seconds. All right, thank you both. Any suggested changes to those? All right, so we will then approve those as well, and consider those approved by consent. And finally, can I get a motion to approve the meeting minutes for the special board meeting where the board selected S.K. Pack to be its new third board director, also held on February 3rd? Kush moves, Jules seconds. Thank you. Any suggested changes or comments regarding those minutes? Seeing none, we'll consider them approved as well. Excellent. We'll now move on to agenda item number 5, the report of the chair. We have a lot of items on today's agenda, and as a result, today's meeting I'm expecting will go a little longer than normal, and so as a result, I won't be sharing any chair remarks at this time, but will save my time for commenting on the various agenda items before the board today. So thanks. All right, moving on to agenda item 6. We'll now have our update from the VMS board. VMS board Director Mary Cito is providing today's update. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, President Laws and the Third Mutual Directors. I'm very pleased to be here. And of course, welcome to all of our fellow residents here at Laguna Woods Village. I've been asked to give the VMS update, but I will try to be brief. We've had a pretty busy 45 days, but we started off by having our Second strategic planning session. This was an important meeting with all of the VMS department heads, the VMS directors, as well as representatives from each of the 3 boards, many of which I see here because I worked with you on this. We started by redefining our VMS mission statement as well as our vision statement, because it's always critical that we define who we are so that we can focus our efforts on what's most important to the village. So our mission statement is simply to ensure that Laguna Woods Village residents receive unparalleled service to enjoy the utmost in active living. Our vision statement is even simpler, to serve Laguna Woods Village beyond expectation. Does that sound a little like Disney? And if so, that's certainly a great company to try to model ourselves after. Next, we completed a SWOT analysis, which is identifying the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. But it's always important for us to be able to take a look at who we are and know what we're good at, what we can improve at, any opportunities that we should take advantage of, as well as any threats that might be out there that we need to take action to mitigate. The balance of the meeting was really focused on developing 6-month strategic objectives to meet and accomplish VMS's 3-year goals with target dates for completion and identifying the responsible party. The 4 important areas was providing excellent customer service, facilitating operational excellence and sustainability, and the ability to attract, develop, and retain high-quality staff. Because obviously, without our staff, we're unable to do much of anything. And also, to work with boards cooperatively to maintain financial stability and longevity of Laguna Woods Village. We also have bi-monthly client meetings, and this is to focus on certain key areas that are important to all. February's meeting focused on landscaping services with a presentation given by our Director of Landscaping, Kurt. This is a department that has struggled somewhat because of staff shortages, but we're working hard now to get back to our objective of 4 trim cycles a year. And this is of flower beds, shrubs, weed control, increasing mulching of flower beds, things to keep our village beautiful, something that we're all very, very proud of. We're also working on tree trimming of fast-growing trees every 2 years and slow-growing trees every 5 years. We took a look at key ticket areas for everything from lawn repair to mulching, sidewalk cleaning, things of that nature, as well as reviewing the process for residents' landscape requests. How do they do it? How do they put in a complaint? Do we have an escalation process for complaints that don't get resolved, which hopefully are not many? As well as, and we're happy to say, there's compliments. We do get compliments from our residents, which makes us all very, very happy, of course. And we're trying to incorporate these requests not as one-offs, but into the regular work cycle to make more efficient use of staff time. Our next client services meeting will focus on damage restoration. We also had a presentation by Allison Giglio, who's our new Recreation Director, which we are very, very happy to welcome into our community. Allison is going to be presenting later in this meeting, so I don't want to steal her thunder by going over all of her material, right, Allison? And another thing that we did is we gave the first report for key performance indicators. We've worked on this really hard. It's been a collective effort in terms of identifying what is most important to work on. And these KPIs give us an at-a-glance recap for tracking performance and identifying trends. We are providing relevant statistics on employee activity, things like new hires, vacancies, termination trends, and to take a look at what's really happening within our village. We also have, a calendar of events for all the recreation, which is one area of the amenities that our residents are particularly proud of and happy about. And then lastly is the customer service statistics. This is an area that we have been heavily focused on, but is ultra important in terms of providing excellent customer service to our residents. This is measuring anything from the number of calls, and generally, too many calls is not usually a great thing, okay? Next thing is the wait time for walk-ins as well as by phone, the length of time it takes to complete service orders, and then lastly, we send out a customer satisfaction survey following every activity to measure how people feel about the service that they received. And we're happy to say that the overall satisfaction rate was a 4.7 out of 5. So once we get there, we do a really good job. So just getting there on time and as promptly as people want that we need to focus on. Next is real estate closings, which was a big bottleneck, especially during the pandemic, and we've really been working on improving. We've been looking at the workflow at each stage of the process, and our time to close on average for Third Mutual is now down to 22 days. Still looking to improve it, but it's still a pretty dramatic improvement over what it was. As for upcoming activities, what should you expect in the future? We have started a tracking spreadsheet in order to track and report status of VMS projects and requests so that as people ask us to do things, we have a running record of what they are so things don't kind of fall off and get forgotten, which is very important. We're also identifying services for possible subcontracting, and particularly in a very tight labor market, it makes sense to focus our own employees on areas with the biggest return on time, so to speak. We are, with regard to employee-related issues, we are continuing with the Bright Ideas Employee Suggestion Program. Though it's been off to a slow start, we're really doing a lot of PR with our employees to make them aware of it. But one suggestion alone has a projected cost savings of $17,000 a year. So I think that's really important, and I think it's just the beginning of many great things to come. But things take time to kind of ramp up and get going, and for people to believe that you're taking their comments seriously. We're also doing Employee Excellence Awards, which is really important because it's an opportunity for us to recognize those employees who go above and beyond. And this is based upon compliments from residents, from fellow workers, from directors, just about everybody. It's kind of an overall snapshot. And they're recognized at a luncheon and gift cards, and we really encourage all of our directors to be present because it really gives people that really good feeling that they're being recognized by the directors of the community. Next, we have Employee Service Awards for employees who've been with us for 10 years or more, and it focuses on every 5 years. And again, it's a luncheon and award and gift cards. One of the most important things coming up is our upcoming union contract, which expires in November of 2023. At this point, we're getting ready for the meetings by getting board suggestions from all of you, as well as feedback from the department heads. What are some of the rules that are hindering their progress, or where would they like more flexibility? This is really going to be a collective effort that we would welcome your feedback on. Next, we have a real estate forum where we will be meeting with realtors to inform them of all the procedures within the community for buying, the qualification requirements, as well as to answer questions and general PR of our community, to get realtors excited about our community and obviously to talk to their clients about it, to help us to keep our values high and to continue our growth in the future. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mary. Anybody have any questions for Mary at this time?
Thank you very
So I
much.
got a very complete report. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay, we're now going to move on to agenda item 7, which is our open forum. At this time, members may address the Board of Directors regarding items within the jurisdiction of this Board of Directors and not on the agenda. The Board reserves the right to limit the total amount of time allotted for the open forum to 30 minutes. Each member is asked to speak for no more than 3 minutes. A member may speak only once during the forum, and speakers may not give their time to other people. Members who are not in the boardroom can also share their comments by joining this meeting via Zoom or by emailing their comments to meeting@vmsinc.org to have your message read during this open forum, should time permit. All right, so Michaela, when you're ready, we can bring up any speakers that we might have.
Yes, first speaker is Chris Collins.
Good morning, Chris Collins, 3306Q, and I'm here with an update on the work of the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village, which we do on behalf of residents that are experiencing temporary financial crisis. And this is really a reflection message from our president, Marcy Scheinwald, as she goes around and visits all of the different clubs and so on. And what she's observed is that many residents are really unaware of the many kinds of help that are available if they encounter hard times. So as a result, it's our continuing resolution this year to make residents more aware to help available right here in the village from the foundation. Now, all of our work is done by the Social Services Department. We are only the fundraising arm. But social services, in order to access what social services has to offer, resident can find out about what kind of help they can get by going to the office, which is right here on the first floor of the administration building. And key among the help is available is temporary financial assistance that can pay for things like maybe caregiver services, an unexpected prescription that's not covered by insurance, high electric bill, dental services, or medical care, or hearing aid repair. Also available for those experiencing difficult times are grocery cards and gas cards. There are also some additional ways that the foundation can help those who qualify financially. There's earthquake disaster kits can be obtained, a care ambulance contract might be arranged, or an emergency response device, which can be rented for residents who are fall prone but financially challenged. For those who live alone, an emergency response device can save the life of someone who falls. So how do you find out if you qualify for financial assistance? A resident only has to go to social services, which is located near the rear of the community center here on the first floor, and trained staff can also be reached by phone at 949-597-4267. At that time, they will explain how to qualify for such temporary emergency services. Privacy is ensured, and all residents are names are kept confidential. If financial assistance is provided, the foundation pays the bill directly, not the resident. Help us get the word out. If you'd like the foundation representative to speak to your group, or if you have a way that we can reach more people with this information, please contact the foundation at 949-268-2246 or on the foundation at comline.com. Also, we have a website, the foundation at lagunawoodsvillage.org. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Collins.
Next speaker is Bill Walsh.
I didn't think I'd be so soon. Bill Walsh, 3162C. Good morning. I'm here because a group of us is putting together a program for Earth Day on April 20th in Clubhouse 1 from 1 to 4 p.m. And we would like to invite board members. We have invited board members from the other boards. We'd like to invite a third board member, maybe Mark or somebody else, to come and join us during the celebration. There's going to be speakers there, so it's going to be partly educational. But I think also we are thinking that it would really be nice if the boards could talk to residents who come about their plans in the next 5 to 10 years for continuing to green the community. Now, I know Third has done a lot in the past and is currently doing stuff. And Mark, I saw your email about putting more solar into Third Mutual. And but we want to talk about what having people from GRF as well as United and Mutual 50 come down and talk also what they've done and what if they have a vision, and if they don't, start developing one. Another thing is, if you go to the city has got some remarkable documentation on their 10-year vision for greening of the community. So, but we'd like to invite you, one or all, and we'd love to see you there. And so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Bill, can you repeat the date and time?
What?
Can you repeat the date and time?
Kush? Sure. It's April 20th. It's a Thursday. It's in Clubhouse 1. It's from 1 to 4. Okay.
Thank you.
Anything
Thank
else?
you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Lenny Ross.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm Lenny Ross, president of United, and 687C, Avenida Sevilla. So I have two brief issues that I wanted to bring up. One of them is relating to the real estate community. And there's currently, my understanding, and this might have been resolved already, but my understanding is that there's now, it's very difficult to get loans or refinance in third because of a measure that went out that temporarily or may have indicated that there was a change in the insurance that third had, but really I understand based on discussions with Mark that there wasn't any change. So insurance is still at the same levels. But because of the recommendation or suggestion that there might have been a change, a reduction, my understanding is that Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac have pulled out of loans, supplying loans, and refinancing within the third community. And so it's raised a lot of difficulties with the realtors closing escrows on houses that they have loans with. This problem may have been resolved already, I don't know, but I just wanted to get some update from you on this issue because it's a big issue within our community and it affects a lot of people moving in and moving out of our community. And that was one issue. And the second issue, which I'm sure I'll be hearing more about, is the issue of not Third's investments, but GRF's investments. And we've recently, United has recently pulled out of our investments in bond funds and invested into T-bills, as you guys have for quite a while. And Third has been, we've asked Third to consider doing the same thing. We've asked GRF to consider doing the same thing. And we've had very competent people from Third on GRF Finance Committee, as well as ours, and trying to convince them to move over to T-bills. Unsuccessfully so far, but maybe we'll hear something from today's meeting from your committee members on the GRF Finance Committee. So I look forward to hearing from that and seeing what we could do to change the investments that they have on GRF to make a little more money and to build a recovery plan. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ross.
And then we do have one speaker who emailed in and they wish to remain anonymous, but their email says, "Dear Board, thank you for taking the recent survey of members in which you asked what areas we want improvement. One of the biggest concerns of members was our landscape. The lawns look bad. In fact, they are the worst I've seen them in 23 years I've lived here. There's large patches of grub infestation, and because the gardeners no longer use grass catchers on the lawnmowers, there are grass clods, leaves, pine cones, branches, and other unsightly particulate strewn over the landscape every week. These clippings then suffocate the lawn, increasing the need to do expensive turf aeration. Where the grass catchers use the lawn would look good every week and aeration would no longer be needed. Please have the gardeners kill the grubs and return to using the grass catchers. Also, please note that the mowers have a hard time getting stuff around all the personal property residents put in the common area lawns. The stuff slows the gardeners down and is a hazard to them. Thank you. And that's all for open forum.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Does any of our board directors have any comments they wanted to share regarding any of the open forum things? Ira, is that you?
Yeah, I guess that's me. So as far as grubs go, it's hard to determine until they've really gotten moving an active grub infestation. The grubs are always there year-round. The weather change this year gave them a little extra opportunity to develop. They're actually a beetle in a larval stage, and this is where they eat the most. They eat roots, and not just that of the turf, but that of any other shrubs that are close by. If you were to start to rip up some of your turf, as I did experimentally over the weekend, didn't have to go too far to find out, on the edges, approximately every 6 inches, I came up with a live grub. And my turf in that area looked nice and green, didn't look bad, so they're always there. And it would be impractical for us to spray the entire community of 366 acres of landscape area for grubs on a yearly basis. The blackbirds help out, because that's what, when you see the blackbirds in the turf, they eat the grubs. But enough about grubs. I'm not going to go on for another hour about grubs. As far as aeration goes, it's something that this community, from my understanding, has only done once since it was actually built, and that was before I came here. It's an expensive process, and yes, it should be done. We should scalp, there's a lot of things we should do, but each of these items cost a significant amount of money due to the area we have to cover. Right now, the emphasis is on removing small little areas of turf that are high cost to maintain. The items that are 1, 2, 3 feet wide, that are 50 or 60 feet long, 20 feet long, that just require a lot of edging, a lot of difficult mowing, and with that, we'll be able to, in some areas, move the bushes away from the buildings to comply with the Orange County Fire Authority and still have a walkway for maintenance. So there's a lot going on, and hopefully you will be patient, because this is the year of the beginning of a lot of programs to address some of these long-term issues that have been neglected. And that's all I'm going to say about that at this point.
Thank you. Any other comments? Donna?
I, as treasurer, need to respond to the question about GRS finances. And I just wanted to share with all of you that we did, at the finance meeting, add to the agenda an item about the investments that GRF had. There was a very healthy discussion, and it was extensive, and GRF has indicated that they will be looking at it. As I'm sure all of you are aware, this was a year of continuing increases from the Federal Reserve, and bond funds don't respond really quickly to that. So they have indicated they will be looking at it, and that's where we are at this point.
Thank you. Okay. Kush?
I want to respond to Chris Collins's comment, and I want to say thank you to the foundation for continuing to support our residents, whoever's in need, and we appreciate all the hard work that they put out to take care of all the needy people.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Any others?
We do have Susan Smallwood on Zoom, who, I apologize, we were having some Zoom technical difficulties earlier, so I wasn't able to see her hand raised, but I believe she does have a comment, if that's okay.
That
If
would
I
be
can let her
fine.
speak. Okay, perfect. I'll pull her in right now. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Smallwood.
Can you hear me?
Barely. See if we can turn up the
Okay.
volume here. Why don't you say something again?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good morning, Susan Smallwood, 3456B. I want to go back to, well, first of all, thank you, board members, for all the hard work that you're putting in, and I greatly appreciate it. One of the items of concern I have is the common sense approach when it comes to compliance. Third Mutual, I believe, puts together the rules of do's and don'ts, and it's up to VMS then to have those residents comply. But it appears that we have, if one resident is sent a letter and they say they're being discriminated against, now VMS sends out the security people and they go all over that general area and start writing up people. So last November, for the last 6 years, I've had a garden hose hang on the end of my bridgeway because the hose bib is down below and it's often muddy and dangerous to go down to. And I appealed that I be allowed to keep that. It is only used to clean off the bridgeway area where all the birds poop. And we have elderly neighbors, and we don't like tracking in that type of stuff into our homes. And when I appealed, they said absolutely not, that I could not keep it. And then there's another gentleman who can't keep a trike hidden underneath a stairway that's been there for 6 years. So we're spending a lot of money on letters that are being sent out where I feel that instead of starting to send off the letters, that the board review what security finds as being uncompliant and taking a look at it and really looking at the common sense approach. That was one of the reasons why I worked so hard to get some new board members on, because it seemed as though they wanted to use that common sense approach. Lastly, the grubworm problem. I think it would be helpful if the landscapers, as they're going around and they spot a small area, that if it's treated immediately, it will keep it from spreading. Yes, they've come out, they've treated us, but in between time, Tim has also had to spread stuff out because it just doesn't kill them. And the more we allow them to go on and on, it's just going to continue. We've never had this problem until last year. So I hope that the landscapers can be trained in identifying it quickly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Smallwood. Appreciate your comments. Any other comments? Jules?
I would just like to respond briefly to Susan Smallwood's comment. Susan, if you think things are lousy now, stick around and you'll see that compliance has proposed an even more primitive and police state proposal that is on the calendar today for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And I'll make a couple of comments. So Mr. Walsh, regarding Earth Day, I'll be working with the board. It looks like he's stepped out. I'll be working with the board to see if we can find some board members that will be available and interested in attending your conference. Mr. Ross, regarding Fannie Mae issue, I'm working with staff to understand that, and we should have some more information about that within the next few days. From a compliance perspective, I think they're doing what the board has asked them to do. So we as a board are continuing to look at how we can direct compliance to do the right thing, do it equitably, do it fairly, and in my opinion, do it with common sense. So hopefully that'll happen. So thanks everybody for your comments. And we will now move on to agenda item 9. Last month, we added a new item to our monthly board meetings, which is a department update, where one of the leaders of VMS will give a short presentation about their organization to help share with our members the leaders, departments, and key activities being worked on within VMS. Joining us today is Allison Giglio. She's going to tell us a little bit about the Recreation and Special Events Organization, which she manages. Allison, welcome.
Morning, President Laws and directors. Thank you for having me today. I'll get through this quick because I know you have a busy meeting today. I wanted to start with our just a little bit about our department. For those of you who are not aware, our mission statement, the Recreation and Special Events Department provides superior services and programs through excellence in customer service and innovation that enhance our residents' quality of life. Pretty simple. So we're going to move on to 3 key objectives that my team will be focusing on. Strengthen foundation, promote consistency, and encourage creativity. To dive in a little deeper on strengthening the foundation, obviously staffing continues to be a main focus for us so that we can continue to open facilities and be fully operational. We're looking at recruitment methods all the time to try and get especially those part-time employees that help keep those facilities running from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. at night. Our Performing Arts Center, you may be aware, we just brought in a new supervisor, Laura Cooley, who has been working for VMS for many years, is transferring from Clubhouses 2 and 7 over to PAC, and she's going to be looking into the operations at that facility so that we can get it ready to open, be fully operational. Our department structure, we want to be more efficient and offer better service, so we'll be constantly looking at the positions we have as those turn over. Do we need to fill them? Do we need to enhance them? Just looking at the big picture of the department. Also, the culture of the department, we want to make sure we're spreading positivity and a customer service or a customer-first approach. We'll also look more closely at our events, activities, and classes, specifically cost recovery, bringing in sponsorship to help cover the cost of those events. This includes, we're going to be working with the GRF board to determine what we offer for a fee. If we're going to increase fees, we don't want to make money on this. We just simply want to recover costs where we can, and obviously continue offering some free programs to the community that are popular. Responsible budgeting, it's always a goal to make sure that we're looking at things. We do this well in advance of when we're spending the money, so we have to be creative and careful with the way that we do that. And we're constantly looking at ways where we can outsource opportunities to see if there's a better way that we're doing things. We do a lot in-house, but if there's a better way to do it by outsourcing, we will look into that. And lastly, to strengthen our foundation, looking at facility usage, making sure that our programs are popular. If we need to look into doing other activities to bring people in, looking at the maintenance of our facilities. We do have a lot of older facilities and making sure we're ahead of anything that's breaking down and being a problem for the community. So following up and following through is key for that. And our operations status, we have the priority for adding additional operating hours to some of our facilities. Obviously, the Performing Arts Center is currently open Monday, Wednesday, Friday for the box office and rentals for clubs and residents. Our billiards is also open Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and also open Monday, Wednesday from 6 to 10 p.m. So again, as we continue to add staff and look at the operations, we want to try and add more whenever possible. Clubhouse 6 is currently open daily, or we want to open it daily for reservations, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. It's currently open with volunteer support, so that was a creative way after the pandemic to open the facility to some user groups. And obviously, we want to try and get to full operations so we can open that up to our residents. And Clubhouse 4 is currently operating well, but we do want to expand more on the weekends, adding a few hours so that people can use that facility more often. Our next focus, promote consistency through communication. We want to be transparent with our communication, and we invite everybody always to go to the Community Activities Committee and share ideas or to listen to what we have to offer the community or share your concerns. Looking at policies, procedures, and processes. Again, making sure we're consistent across the board with all of that and looking into policies that may need to be looked at. Maybe they've been around for a long time and they need to be freshened up. So we'll be constantly looking at that. And again, that positivity and moving forward, which has been my motto for the past 5 months. A lot has happened in the past. The staff has dealt with a lot over the pandemic and over the past couple of months. We're moving forward in a positive light, and we want to offer the best service that we can to the community. And lastly, we want to encourage creativity. We have great staff, many of which have been here. We have some that have been here 40 plus years. We want to empower them to continue doing great things and bringing ideas to the table. We want to boost our activities again, get the word out to the community. Just broke my pen, sorry. Boost those activities and bring the community in. And we want to evaluate our programs to the community and make sure they are valued and continue to offer what's popular. If something's not doing so well, maybe we need to bring in something new. I have some upcoming events here for you. The St. Patrick's Day monthly dinner, Monday movies once a month. We have the Health and Wellness Expo, which is very popular, and we bring in a lot of sponsorship for that and a lot of opportunities for residents to see outside services. And the Village Bazaar is also very popular. We have 3 of those a year, and that is free for the community to attend. And lastly, we have The Real Tony Orlando coming to the Performing Arts Center in May, on May 6th at 7:30 p.m. You can hear song and playing in the background. Special creative little touch. So we encourage everyone to come, and we invite you to join us. And that concludes my presentation. If anyone has any questions.
Go ahead, thank you. Anybody have any questions for Allison? Okay. SK?
Do you have facility upgrade plan for all the clubhouses, such as Clubhouse 7 is pretty bad to connect with my computer to show some presentation. So my question is, do you have a plan for upgrade all the equipments?
We don't have a specific plan, but we are looking into a lot of things, looking at the basic equipment, say for pools, and a lot of the equipment is antiquated, and we need to look into making that better. So I will make a note of that and look into it deeper. But yes, we're doing facility walkthroughs right now and putting all of that on the table to try and prioritize what we're going to move forward for budgeting purposes.
Second question is training the employees to know what they do, what they're supposed to do to help customers,
Yes.
residents.
Yes. That is an ongoing effort. We are in the process of updating our staff manual, which helps with that training. But also, as we bring staff in, to be very honest, we are bringing staff in very quickly and turning them over so that we could get those facilities operating. So it is an ongoing effort with the supervisors working with them for customer service and paying attention to the customer's needs.
Good example was Clubhouse 1. I had to go to office and get myself the equipment or perhaps wires to connect my computer. So that's the example I gave you.
That's a very good example that we will look into. But yes, it's definitely an ongoing effort.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any others? Kush?
Allison, recreation is one of the main reasons why we moved to Laguna Woods. And I think we have an amazing array of clubhouses and facilities that we provide to our members. You're talking about reviewing your budget and setting some stuff up. Is there any plan on renting that portable stage, which could bring some substantial income for your department? So this is a little plug for you to think about.
Yes, that's definitely on our radar. We have had requests for it. We are working with our risk manager. There are some liability concerns with renting that out to the community. So we'll be working closely with him to see if it's an option going forward. But there are some significant concerns with allowing that to happen.
I understand. But whatever is the best for the village is the more important part.
Yes,
we don't
absolutely.
need to get into any trouble.
Absolutely.
The other is, do you have any idea on when the Clubhouse 3 or the Performing Arts Center would be completely operational with the 2 dining rooms? I know the theater is.
We are hoping by summer. Again, we just brought in the new supervisor, and we have some staffing efficiencies that we want to look at over there, as well as just making sure we can maintain. Our main goal is to make sure we can maintain what we're currently doing before we add more. But it's definitely our number one priority to get that open because we have a lot of people wanting it.
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any others? Allison, thank you very much.
you so much.
For presenting and sharing information for us. Appreciate it. All right, moving on to agenda item 10, the CEO report. Siobhan?
Thank you, President Laws. Honorable members of the board, this morning I wish to share some highlights from a recent presentation that Susan McInerney gave. She's our Director of Social Services. And since social services offers valuable services to our community, I just wanted to highlight them. If you could go to the next slide, please. The mission of our Social Services Division is to help Laguna Woods Village residents maintain independence and enhance their quality of life. Social services has been an important part of Laguna Woods Village since 1972. On the next slide, you'll see a listing of the services provided by social services. These include comprehensive in-home assessments, resources and referrals to connect residents with community programs and services such as caregiver services, transportation, meal delivery programs, and so forth. Social services offers support groups focused on issues such as caregiver support, bereavement, healthy aging, and so forth. There are an array of educational services offered on a regular basis. Social services helps with short and long-term care planning, assisting residents in developing plans for their future needs. Short-term counseling services are provided for residents with referrals to longer-term counseling services as necessary. There is a social isolation prevention program in conjunction with the Southern California Council on Aging. And recently a cognitive health program has been added, which helps identify cognitive health issues and ways to deal with those. And most importantly, all services provided are confidential to our residents. Next slide, please. This simply shows the data report for calendar year 2022, and you'll see just the volume of services provided by our Social Services Division. The monthly average of open cases was 430 cases. Social services provided almost 1,400 home visits and office visits last year, made approximately 7,000 calls to residents, handled almost 9,000 front desk calls and walk-ins, and had more than 1,200 participants at seminars and classes. On the next slide is the partnership with the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village. I know you heard from Chris Collins earlier today. The foundation partners with social services to provide temporary emergency financial assistance to qualifying residents of our community. And recently, the foundation provided financial support for the development of a cognitive behavioral therapy program for later life depression. Social services collaborated with the Optimal Aging Center and adapted a 6 to 8 week individual cognitive behavior therapy program for our residents struggling with depression. There's also a partnership with the Council on Aging, as I mentioned before. This partnership started in 2018 to serve village residents who are isolated, at risk of developing and or exhibiting behavioral health symptoms. In 2022, the collaboration grew to include 2 social workers housed in social services with the goal of improving village residents' mental health status, quality of life, and ability to live independently by providing clinical case management services, short-term individual therapy, and group therapy services. UCI, their Division of Geriatric Medicine and Gerontology, provides an ongoing Optimal Aging lecture series. This is held the first Thursday of each month at Clubhouse 7 at 2:30 p.m. This year's topics are technology, advanced geriatrics, over-the-counter medications, advanced directives, fall and balance health, older adults and driving, and brain health. And the schedule is shown on the screen before you. The Social Service Division also partners with UCI and the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village to provide monthly fall prevention classes. The classes are Wednesdays at Clubhouse 2 from 2 to 3:30 p.m. The next classes are in March, April, and May. Registration is via ActiveNet or at the Recreation or Clubhouse 2 offices, and space is limited. For anyone who needs assistance with anything that social services offers, this is the contact information. You can contact the office by telephone at 949-597-4267 or stop by. The office is on the first floor of the community center and is open from Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And again, just wanted to highlight some important services that are available. And that concludes my presentation this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members for Siobhan? Moon?
Do we have any numbers, specific numbers for single resident and who is mentally in and out in this community?
The Social Services Division probably does have that information, but it would be confidential.
I see.
Okay, thanks. Any other? All right. Again, thanks, Siobhan. Appreciate that. We're now moving on to agenda item number 11, which is the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are recommended for action by committees and will be enacted by the board via a single motion. Today, per the consent calendar, we will be asked to ratify the preliminary financials for the month of December 2022, approve 5 liens, approve 4 landscape committee decisions, and approve 1 architectural controls and standards committee decision. Can I get a motion to approve today's consent calendar? Ira moves. Donna seconds. Thank you. Any discussion of any of these issues? Okay. All right. Anybody have any disagreement with, any objection to approving the consent calendar? SK?
Yes, item C of 11.
Okay.
Number 1 item is removal or deny request of the removal of oak tree. I went out there and it looked a huge oak tree, and she was complaining about the shadow and does not allow the lawn to grow at all. So I thought we could give them some kind of tree trimming of that particular tree. I'm wondering.
I'll let Ira, who's our
Okay,
landscape chair.
so out-of-cycle tree trimming can happen. That would be up to the arborists within the landscape division, and all the owner would need to do is submit an off-season request to the landscape department to have that happen. And an arborist will come out and look at the tree, see when it will be scheduled for the next trimming. If it's within, depending on how the tree looks and the arborist's decision, and when the next trimming cycle will be. If it's, let's say, 2 years out, I'm going to guess that they would probably recommend an off-season or an off-cycle trimming. If it's within 6 months or so, they probably won't.
Yeah, C1 and C3, the same question and complaining from the owner of the house. And I thought we could provide some kind of trimming.
Well,
So
there is, upon request, they'll have an arborist come out and take a look at it for off-cycle trimming.
And item C, I could not understand why they're complaining about the removal of the residence, because that tree was not in her boundary area at all to me. But anyway, she was complaining about that, not she, but he was complaining about the big tree far from that house, and that did not make any sense at all. That's just my comment.
Okay.
Since I went out there, checked all of the items, and I thought I made a report on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so kind of the way I normally do it, since you're a new SK, is I kind of ask if anyone wants to vote no. I'll do it that way. Anybody disagree that we should approve the consent calendar motion, which is to approve all of these items? So if based upon your feeling you want to disagree, just let me know.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to disagree?
No.
Okay. Okay. Great. So, seeing no other comments or nor hands raised, we will consider the consent calendar approved by consent. Thank you. Thanks for the discussion. We're moving on to agenda item 12, which is unfinished business. Agenda item 12A is for the board to entertain a motion to approve the revised architectural standard number 4 for air conditioning units and heat pumps. These updates are suggested by the Architectural Control and Standards Committee. It's kind of a mouthful. As you may recall, last month we reviewed changes to the standard and voted to send it back to the committee for clarification. The committee has made the changes and resubmitted them to the board, so today we'll be voting on whether or not to submit these revised architectural standards forward for 28-member review and comment. It looks like Bart is here to give us some opening comments before we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. President and board members. I'll make it quick. The main item that was suggested that it be revised is the location for the installation of these units, where the preferred location will be at ground level. We have incorporated that and allow some flexibility for any circumstance that may prevent us from doing that, and still allow some roof-mounted units. The rest of the items remain the same.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions for Bart? So I can let him sit down while we then conduct our business? Sit down, he'll be back. All right, thank you. Bart, Chris, may you read the resolution for us?
Yes. Air conditioning units, heat pumps. Whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to amend standards and create new standards as necessary. And whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to revise Standard 4 air conditioning units, heat pumps. Now therefore be resolved March 21, 2023, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts Standard 4 air conditioning units, heat pumps as attached to the official meeting minutes, and resolve further that Resolution 03-19-71, adopted July 16, 2019, is hereby superseded in its entirety and no longer in effect, and resolve further that the officers and the agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written.
Thanks, Chris. All right, can I get a motion to approve the revised architectural standard? Ira moves. Kush seconds, thank you. Are there any questions, comments from members of the board regarding this? Okay, I'm looking, seeing none. Okay. Michaela, are there any member comments? All right, okay. I guess we're now going to vote. We'll see if this can be done electronically. Again, at this time, we're going to vote on whether to submit this updated standard forward for 28-day member review and comment. Okay, so see what happens. Okay.
Thank you, Jim. I got your vote.
Yeah. So we'll get to you in a bit, Moon. All right. So it looks like Moon's thing isn't working, nor is Jules, but Jules is giving his vote visibly. Thank you, Jules.
I thought I vote already.
Moon, can you let me know what your vote is?
I don't have a screen.
Just so say yes or no.
Yes
That's
or
what
no.
she's asking.
I did vote too, but my name is not there.
No, you hit yes or you're fine.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
So as we all know, technology doesn't always work when we want it to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Some of the screens are blue.
Oh, I got it. Okay. It takes time.
Yeah. And while the staff is helping out some of our newer directors, looks like the vote is passing. Motion passes 11-0. So unanimous to put this onto 28-day notice for member review and comment. So thank you, board. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 12B. This is for the board to entertain a motion to approve revised architectural standard number 31 for washer and dryer installations. These updates were also suggested by the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee and will allow members to install washers and dryers in 3-story buildings, assuming specific requirements are met. As you may recall, last month we reviewed changes to this standard, and at that time we voted to approve it for 28-day review and comment while requesting some minor changes. However, when updating the standard to make those requested changes, the wording and format of the standard changed significantly. So today, we will be revoting on as to whether or not to submit these revised architectural standards forward for 28-day member review and comment. I believe the package in the agenda packet, the pages within the agenda packet are a little out of date, so all you board members should have got a new version on the desk here. And so if you haven't seen that while you're looking at that, Bart, why don't you tell us what's going on here? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President. And yes, you are correct. We're, after the last meeting, we took note of all of the comments received. We reformatted the standard to make it easier to follow, where we sectioned it to items that apply to the 2 items that are covered by the standard, which is the outdoor installation and also the installation in the 3-story buildings. In regards to the 3-story buildings, we created a new section called 4.0, and it allows for the installation of washer and dryers, provided that it meets one of the 2 requirements. The 2 requirements are based on the current condition of the waste lines, and that will determine the steps that will need to be followed. Once that is determined, then there are additional requirements that the resident will need to follow to make sure that we address all of the concerns that have been raised in the past in regards to our infrastructure, as well as notification to neighbors should there be a request for the installation of a new washer and dryer. It also clarifies that the intent is to have ventless dryers to prevent any penetrations directly either onto the roof of the building, and that's going to help significantly, one, with the condition of the roof and preserving the warranty, and to prevent any work that may go through other manners. There is an allowance, again, to allow for some flexibility. Should that not be feasible, then we can entertain that, and there are specific conditions that will need to be followed should that general condition not apply. Other than that, the same requirements are as of the last presentation and review. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks. Anybody have any questions for Bart? Krish, do you? Question or comment?
This is a very important project for the M&C department to have washer dryer facilities in the 3-story buildings, which people have not been able to have for such a long time. What my concern is that, are you prepared for a surge of applications that will come to you, or the department where you approve the, what is the department?
Manner alterations?
Manner alterations, sorry, thank you for that. Will they be able to handle all these requests, or will we see a backlog like we did a year or 2 ago, where hundreds of manner alterations were, applications were in a backlog? Have you thought about that part of it?
And we have, and what we have done, we're going to be ready once this is adopted. We will see how many applications we get, and we will adjust our resources to accommodate that. Our goal is to provide good, quick customer service when these applications arrive. We're going to be looking at meeting all of the conditions that have been established with the adoption of this standard. And if it meets all of the requirements, we will process as soon as possible.
That would be awesome, because a lot of people are considering to not buy if they cannot have a laundry facility in the unit. So looking forward to this being passed.
Okay, good,
Yeah.
thanks. Are there sound requirements for these washers? Somebody mentioned to me that, you have the sense that the same washer that's in the laundry room might be put into a unit that, makes a lot of noise. So I just want you to clarify that for everybody who's listening.
And thank you. We researched what is available out there, and we have presented to you for your consideration the most strict sound or noise requirements for these units, so that there is a maximum number of decibel for each washer and dryer as available on the market. If there are quieter units in the future, it allows for that flexibility, but it should not exceed the decibel ratings that are proposed under these standards.
Great, thank you. And Jim, looks like you have a question or comment?
Yeah, under item 4.3, it sets the decibel levels. But the other thing I'm concerned about is that we also wanted the units to be the units that had the safety shutoff features included in them, the smaller apartment type ones that are used in Europe. And that issue is not in 4.3. I think we need it to where the actual type of washer dryer has to be approved before the installation to make sure it has all the safety shutoff features that would be required to avoid any kind of water issues or things like that for leakage.
Mr. President, Director Cook, if I may, we can address those under the conditions of approval for each one of these applications. We will make that a standard condition of approval.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right. Any other questions for Bart before we have our own motion and may perhaps rediscuss it? Okay, Bart, thank you very much for the information. First, I'd like Chris to read the resolution for everybody. Chris?
Yes, Standard 31 washer and dryer installations. Whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to amend standards and create new standards as necessary, and whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to revise Alteration Standard 31 washer and dryer installation, and whereas Resolution M3-98-65 ceased the acceptance of variance requests for installations of washers and dryers in three-story buildings, and by inference grandfathered previous permitted installations of washers and dryers. Now therefore be it resolved, February 21, 2023, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts Standard 31 washer and dryer installations as attached to the official meeting minutes, and resolve further that Resolution M3-98-65, adopted December 15, 1998, and 03-18-156, adopted November 29, 2018, is hereby superseded in its entirety and no longer in effect, and resolve further all washers and dryers installed in three-story buildings with a mutual consent prior to February 21, 2023, continue to be grandfathered, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Can I get a motion to approve this updated revised architectural standard?
So moved.
Chris moves. And Jewel seconds. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, discussion from members of the board? We'll get to that in a second. Thank you. Just, okay. All right. I see none. Michaela, do we have any comments, comments?
Yes, we have a few in-person comments and then a few emails that were sent in. So I'll start with the first speaker comment. We have Norma Salder.
Thank you for the opportunity to come here today. We are in a three-story building. We've been here since 2008. We knew that the washers and dryers were on the 3 floors. It is an inconvenience, but it is not that much of an inconvenience. So I'd like to just read what I brought. I'm opposed to changing rules to allow washers and dryers in individual units in 3-story buildings. I polled 3/4 of our owners last week, all agreed with me. 80 buildings, 2,000 units, 2,000 potential washers and dryers. That's for 3,000 residents. That's a lot of people who should have information about this. Many reasons exist for opposing this change. Foremost among them are 3. 1, our buildings transmit sound through multiple floors vertically and horizontally across units. They weren't engineered to handle the noise. Spaces exist between the floors that act as exponential horns. No sound dampening or soundproofing in walls, floors, or ceilings stop sound from any affected units. Quality of life. The purchase of real estate entails a bundle of rights. The foremost among them is quiet enjoyment. I want to emphasize quiet. All residents should expect as much as possible from our real estate property. Drains cannot handle what water goes through them already. Will all of us in third be responsible for paying thousands of dollars when sewage backs up? Drain locations will be near bedrooms. No soundproofing exists in bathrooms or bedroom walls. Imagine the constant sound of rushing water in drains, the spinning cycle of the washer and the cycle of the dryer, in addition to vibration from the machines through floors and walls. A pad underneath or mini legs will not help. Again, sound and vibration travels between all floors like a sounding board within walls. Barriers to quiet enjoyment. Intake pipes are not fitted for the water flow. Below our pipe in each of our kitchens, it says, these water pipes are coated, do not solder. What happens when an attorney bootlegging solders intake pipes and breaks through the coating? That's hundreds of dollars. Please do not go ahead with this change. This is a hornet's nest with lawsuits waiting to happen. We own our units, and we knew when we bought them they already had washers and dryers. We don't own the drains. They belong to all of us. Please think about all of us in third and vote no on this issue. We wish to live without intrusion of noise, months of repairs, or having to move out when great damage occurs. We deserve quiet enjoyment for the rest of our lives here. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Sadler. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolyn Off.
Thank you. I'm Carolyn Off, and I'm also a resident of 2400. And my being here is a little bit moot after the discussion. I was coming to beg you to please vote no for this. In addition to the leaks, the leaky pipes, the noise, the water pressure, and so on, and the available electricity, just please consider all of those things. And then I also had a couple of questions. I'm wondering how many of you on the board or on the architectural committee actually have ever lived in a 3-story building? I think that's very important that you see what it is. And another question that I have, the Garden Villa Association has on our agenda for our March meeting the discussion of laundry facilities. It made me wonder if that is an assumption that this would already have been passed. So my hackles were raised a little bit. I do urge you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Off?
And the next email is from Greg Lerman. And he said, I live in 2400 1C and against the installation of washer/dryers in the garden villas. Our current plumbing architecture cannot handle the current situation. Additionally, how will our electrical system handle additional dryers, especially with the strain on our system to handle electric vehicles? The core problem with washer-dryer units is that the flow of water often overwhelms the limiting plumbing capacity of older buildings, says Dean M. Roberts, a real estate attorney with Norris McLaughlin. In my unit 2401C, I have had 3 leaks from the units above me, and while I lived at 2393 1E, I had several leaks that caused extensive damage, including replacing the entire flooring. In the last 2 years, our neighbor 2400 1D has had 4 backups from the drain, 2 in the kitchen sink, 1 in the master bathtub, and 1 in the master bath sink. The one in the master bath sink backed up in our unit as well as theirs. The renter on the 3rd floor, 2400 3D, had blockage between the 3rd floor and 2nd floor. There is currently an undiagnosed leak in the 3F or 2F units. We don't need any more drains blocked and or damaged from an increase in water use from washers. It is expensive for all of us in Third Mutual, as well as stressful for the individual owners who have to call VMS plumbers to unblock the pipes. A plumber I spoke with asked how come the units aren't putting in their own drains, as it only benefits that unit. How come they get to use the community drains? He is outside of Laguna Woods, but it is a good question. It is inconvenient to use washers not in a unit, but we all knew that when we moved in. Convenience is not a good enough reason for burdening the rest of the building with noise and probable leaking pipes or damaged ones. It is not fair to have owners, many elderly, to have to leave their homes for a year because of water damage, or spend months with blowers and repairs being made after major damage occurs in units. Additionally, we will have to pay high insurance as claims skyrocket. The next email is from Rick Rulo. And they said, to the Third Mutual directors, like the rest of the Third Mutual residents, we did not receive any notification about the possible installation of washer and dryers in the units. It would be much appreciated if there was notification of any potential changes in our building that affects us. The points that the Sadlers presented in their email to you on February 13th are very valid, especially pertaining to our building's old pipes and drains. We are concerned that the volumes and pressures created by these washers might result in leakage and damage to our floors and walls. Last November, while we were out in the country, our neighbors called resident services about a water leakage noted on our wall. A worker came to check. It was later on posted on the Laguna Woods Village work order website that it was resolved. We're not sure if it is truly resolved because we still feel moisture in our closet wall. If minor incidents like the above are not quite resolved, how much more for major ones like the potential leakage caused by washing machines? The next email is from, let me see here, Shahryar Poor. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. They said, we are opposed to permitting washers and dryer in the 3-story individual units. We are not informed of this change by letter or email ahead of time. This involves many residents in many buildings and will cause pipe damage and noise issues. And the next one is from Deborah Pride, and she said, dryers in individual units in 3-story buildings, and she didn't specify further, so I'm not sure. I think she was referring to the last email that was sent. And then this one's from Diane Triantis, and they said, Dear Third Mutual Board of Directors, I just learned that the possibility of allowing washers and dryers in individual units in 3-story garden villas is being considered. Considering the age of these buildings and the continuous leakage issues we have already, this is a very bad idea. Also, the electrical capacity in these buildings is also an issue. I seriously think this idea is extremely ill-advised. In addition, shouldn't this be something that is voted upon by, or at least put out for the comment of owners of these units? The priority should be repiping these ancient pipes, not adding additional loads to them. I bought a garden villa fully aware no washer or dryers allowed in the units, and so did all the owners. It is not prudent or responsible to reverse this. Truly, I am shocked that it's even being considered. Please do not implement these changes. And then we have one more in-person speaker. And I'm so sorry, I cannot pronounce your name on here. I think this is for David? Okay, David Gorbitz. Thank you.
Good morning. David Gorovitz, 4009. I just covered a couple of quick comments. I didn't realize I could speak this morning. Couple of things. About noise and so forth. The new washer dryers, especially the new washing machines that are made in Europe, their sound level is as loud as a washing machine, as a dishwasher. These are made by Bosch, Miele. So vibration. These are already designed for apartments, so forth. As far as the overload of the pipes, I've had my pipes in the building certified. and checked out with the camera system. The pipe load in our building, at least from my vantage, is all legal and has the ability to take on a washing machine. And in fact, my side of the three-story building is all open and available for that. So people are making comments that aren't necessarily true. The standard, as I see it, requires you to validate whether your pipes can take the load. If they can't, then your washer cannot go into the building. It's that simple. I appreciate everything that the group has done. Okay? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gorbetz. All right, and that's it, correct, Michaela?
Yes, that's it for the
Okay,
speakers.
all right.
Thank you.
Before we vote, any final comments from anyone on the board before, based upon the comments? I'm going to start with Jules.
Yes, thank you. I believe wholeheartedly in democracy. I was originally intending to vote yes on this because I respect the judgment of Jim Cook, but I also respect the judgment of our members. And we have all seen what happens when there is an overwhelming opposition to a proposal before the board. And what I have heard is that there were right now, I think, 7-1 or 8-1 against. And if people are so strongly against it, and since I believe in democracy, I'm sorry, but I think I'm going to have to vote no.
Thank you, Jules. Ira, you had a comment or question?
I just wanted to clarify that some of these leaks would be avoided, unlike in a dishwasher or a sink where there's no overflow protection. That would be, the safety shutoff would be part of the models that would be approved for this. And so the concern about overflow and leakage from the washers would be non-existent. Just like the updated code for water heaters, if there's an overflow, then everything gets shut off immediately. And that's the beginning and end of it until the problem is fixed and the system is reset.
Okay, thank you, Ira. Ralph, you had a comment?
It looks like this has addressed the flow problem, particularly as far as drainage and requiring pipe clearance and so on. But a lot of the complaints have to do with sound and noise transmission. And I'm wondering if we could require something in there that would set some kind of a sound level requirement before permit is issued.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Donna?
Having lived in a Garden-Villa building and enjoyed it immensely, but we're hearing a lot of concern, although 7-1, when we're upset, we tend to be more vocal about letting people know we're upset, so we don't know that 7-1 is a true vote. I believe I heard that the issues of the washers and dryers is going to be on the agenda for the next Garden-Villa meeting. And if, in fact, that's correct, I thought I saw that, perhaps this is something that should be discussed at their meeting and come to a consensus. And I don't want to turn their meeting into a free-for-all. That's not the purpose. But I'm also here, so I'm hearing concerns, and they're valid ones. But I'm also hearing that those concerns may not be as big a concern because there are measures we have to take to make sure the pipes can handle it. The pipes are being relined in many of the buildings to help prevent leaks. And there are sound standards for it that I understand, having just heard, might be equal to that of a dishwasher, and everybody has a dishwasher. So I'm wondering if perhaps, if it isn't on the agenda for the Garden-Villa Association, they might want to put it there and perhaps invite somebody who has the actual information regarding sound, regarding leak potential, regarding what people have to do to see if their pipes can handle it, and then we can get a better sense of it. So my recommendation would be to have the Garden Villa Association discuss it, ask them to discuss it at their meeting, and hold off voting on it until that time.
Okay. And Kush, then Jim, and then back to the side. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that this is an important issue, having washers and dryers in a garden villa. Although I don't live in one, but I feel that we had 7 people who came out to say no against this thing. But there are 2,000 plus residents, and only 1 came and said, yes, we need it. So the others don't feel that it is important to not have a washer dryer. It's unknown. So only 7 people came and said that. So it's not a relevant representation. The other thing is, these modern day newer equipment is fairly silent. Fortunately, I bought a Bosch dishwasher and I can barely hear it. And my kitchen is right behind my living room. And when we are watching television and the dishwasher is going on, I can barely hear it. My washer dryer, also we cannot hear. Although we live in a totally different floor plan, but the newer equipment is much quiet. If it's making a noise, that means it is not installed correctly. That is my assumption, because before we had the current models that we have, there was a delivery that we got of a piece of equipment which was rattling, shaking, and we found that it was not installed correctly. So I'm urging all the people who are thinking about not having washers and dryers to rethink, get it installed correctly. I'm sure our manner alterations is going to make best judgment on what they have to see so that they can have the residents install in this thing. It is a good feature for your building and a positive step forward. So this is my 2 cents. I'm not an architect or an engineer, but I'm a resident, and this is my resident view. So please take this in a good standing. I mean, good, in a good way. Thank you.
Thank you, Kush. Jim, you have something to say?
Yeah, this whole thing has been going on for actually months, and the fact that people haven't been informed about it is possibly partly their not paying attention. But it was brought to us with a petition by a person that wanted to get the ability to have washers and dryers in 3-story buildings. It was completely prohibited, so it wasn't even taking a chance to look at it, with many, many restrictions. And the restrictions that are being implied in this new Standard 31 are very, very restrictive. It has to meet so much criteria, but instead of a blatant no, it's giving the opportunity to meet all the criteria in order to install a washer and dryer. Again, these washer and dryers are smaller units, smaller capacity, smaller volume of water use, more efficient, with all kinds of safety features built into them. In fact, they're probably safer than the dishwashers that everybody has. And so we're not doing this without taking all these things into consideration. And again, this right now is the 28-day notification. So there's plenty of time for the 3-story buildings to meet and confer. But when we were first approached with this, it was the majority of the people in the 3rd-story building on the floor that the person proposing this were in favor of having washers and dryers. But again, smaller unit washers and dryers that probably use about what a dishwasher uses and has all built-in precautions and safety features that your dishwasher doesn't have. The 2 main requirements are item A and B on if I can get to the point, but one is that it has to be a relined drainage system that's already been relined to be adequate for the purpose of having a washer. The other is the people have to come in and have an engineer come and evaluate and or clean or revise the drains that are there. We're not looking at just overwhelming the system with washers and dryers. It's going to be very, very limited on who can and cannot put them in. And it'll also be limited based on whether we've epoxy lined the existing piping to avoid the leaks. So again, this is a 28-day notice. This is not the final vote. This is the vote to put it out so that everybody can start replying to it. And the fact that we had 7 people speak against it today, we had more than that speak for it, which initiated this process in the first place. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thanks, Jim. Jules, did you still have something you want to say? And then I'll get
Yes, I agree. I think it's Donna's proposal is very thoughtful, and this would handle, I would think, all of the, or most of the objections, because those are the people whose interests are more at risk. And so I hate to flip-flop, but I'm flipping and proposing that we follow Donna's lead and put the matter off for a little while and allow the Garden Villa people to have their say. Good.
Thanks, Jules. Moon, you had a comment?
I had the opportunity to living in the 3-story buildings about a year. From beginning to when I moved, until I moved out, there was a problem with the drainage. And then I was so happy to see Mark's note. We are gradually changing or improving the drainage. But there is just still question how good they're gonna be. And I never had any problem with the washer and dryer over there. Sometimes I forget to take it out, and then somebody else will take it, my clothes, and put it in my unit. And then noise problems, I think it's very legitimate. But if we, as a corporation, recommend a certain unit or study something, and then recommend that and help them out, we can maybe improve some of them. But I do agree, Drew and Donna, and it have to be go back to me, to my mind, and let them discuss it a little bit further, and then bring it back. So I propose, we table it at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? All right, I saw Mr. Hack, who is
Yes.
the president of the Garden Villa Association. Does he want to speak on this?
Yes. Thank you. Stuart Hack, 2393, Unit 3D. This is a big deal. And we are having the topic at our general membership meeting in a couple of weeks, March the 9th. I don't want my personal feelings to get involved in this. I want the people who live in the buildings to have an opportunity to be educated and to then weigh in on it. I understand that they should have known about it by now, but they don't. And our meeting on the 9th will be an opportunity for staff to fill in the details, which people are not aware of at all. And I would very much appreciate it if you would delay this so we have the opportunity for people who are affected by it to fully discuss it and weigh in on it. This world is not going to end if this is delayed even a couple of months. This is a very big deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hack, appreciate it. Okay, any other questions, comments? Oh, SK?
Yeah, my question is to Jim. Is this allowed to individual residents have their own washers and dryers?
That is the plan. That is what the architectural standard is for, is to allow individual manors in 3-story buildings to submit a variance to request a washer and dryer be installed in their manor.
I myself live in 3-story building at this point, so I'm happy to have that, but we need to be careful of the resolution due to water usage, electric power usage, all those. But I do not know at this point. It's the first time I heard about this. I've been in that unit for more than 10 years, but it's the first time I heard about this resolution. So we have been poorly communicated to the resident, I assume. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anything else? Oh, Donna?
Just to emphasize, hopefully that will be used with an education in mind, because there are so many facts related to this, and people need to decide based upon fact and not upon, I think, emotion and rumor, and then let them decide. So I agree with Stuart, and I think it's their issue, and they should have an opportunity to discuss it.
Okay. All right. Okay, great. So Ira?
Well, I just want to remind everybody
aggressive
that-
with your hand.
Yeah. I just wanted to remind everybody that this resolution has been worked on, as Jim said, for months and months, with the input of the Alterations Department, MNC, people that desired this, and it is highly restrictive. There are specific sound regulations that are quieter than most dishwashers. There's leak protection that no dishwasher on the market that I'm aware of has. There's flow protection that engineers have to come out and assess the pipes for flow. So all these things, and as far as electrical usage, it removes the electrical usage from Third Mutual and puts it on the individual homeowner. So there is no increase. There'll be a decrease of actual usage for Third Mutual. But I would like everybody to be informed on this, and it's a shame that it seems like many people in the 3-story buildings have not been aware of what's been going on for this so many months. And that's all I really have to say.
Okay, thanks. Looking around again. All right. So the motion on the table is to approve these updated standards for 28-day member review and comment. In which case, if we were to approve this, it would come before the board again on March 21st for this board to vote for real. It sounds like it's after the time frame that the Garden Villa, at least the initial Garden Villa meeting, is about. So I think it's time to vote. Oh, just one. Go ahead.
Isn't there a motion to amend it, to table it and put it off?
There is not.
There is not.
No. So no. So we'll vote on the original motion. I mean, there was some suggestion, but there was no motion. We're going to
I
vote on
make
the
a motion to amend.
We have the original motion, so let's vote on the original motion. And
So to clarify.
if people are thinking that they want an amended motion, they can vote no on the original one. Yeah.
So if those who feel they might want it discussed first by the Garden Villa people would have to vote no now and then a new motion. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Just make
That's
sure
right.
we're
That's
clear.
Right. That's right. Yes.
Or can the motion just be withdrawn?
Withdrawn? So who, let's see, so, you, and did you?
And I will withdraw.
You will withdraw? Okay. And, okay, so now do we have a new motion? Donna?
Yeah, surprise. I move that we table this issue until the Garden Villa Association members have had a chance to learn what this really entails in terms of all of their concerns and get feedback to us. they're having a meeting in just 2 weeks, but they still need time to absorb that, I think. And so, yes, table it until we've had some word from the Garden Villa Association.
I second that motion.
Okay. All right. Okay, great. We have that motion on the table, new motion on the table. Any further discussion on that motion? I'll kind of stall while I give staff time to put this up for us for vote. Okay?
It's tabled, so we don't need to vote.
No, no, no. The
No,
motion
those
is
are
to
motions,
table
so
it. We have to approve
you get to vote. We have to vote on that because yeah. So for those of you whose screens are working, it should now be up there for you to,
No, it's still the approval.
Oh,
Wrong one.
okay. Okay.
This
It says
is
motion
to
says
table.
Okay. So
Yeah, this is
underneath
to
there it
table.
says table.
Oh. That was a little unusual. So we're voting to table. or
That's
not?
right. We're
Thank
voting
you.
to table this 12B.
Mike, I don't have a screen to vote on.
Oh, wait, do you want to let me know?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Ralph, are you for or against tabling?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Andy, are you for or against tabling the motion? Perfect. And then SK?
I voted.
Okay.
Like
Are-
last time.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay, well, it's passed unanimously, so we will table this. Stuart, look forward to hearing from you and your team. Okay. Thank you all. Good discussion. Moving on to agenda item 12C, it's for the board to entertain a motion to approve the updates to Third's care and maintenance of patios, balconies, breezeways, and walkways policy. These updates were suggested by the Resident Policy and Compliance Committee. There was a recent situation where there was a difference in interpretation of this policy between a homeowner and members of the board, so these proposed updates are intended to make the policy more clear and complete. Last month, this board approved these changes for 28-day member review and comment, so today we'll be voting as to whether or not to approve these policy changes. Chris, can you please read the resolution for us?
Yes, care and maintenance of patios, balconies, breezeways, and walkways. Whereas the Resident Policy and Compliance Committee has recognized the need to amend the care and maintenance of patios, balconies, breezeways, and walkways to clarify guidelines for management care of, quote, common areas or, quote, limited common areas. Now therefore be it resolved February 21, 2023, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the care and maintenance of patios, balconies, breezeways, and walkways as attached to the official minutes of this meeting, and resolve further that Resolution 03-16-117, adopted on November 18th, 2016, is hereby superseded and canceled, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Before we discuss this further, can I get a motion to approve this updated policy? Thank you, Chris. Okay, anybody else? Oh, Ira? Okay, thanks, Ira. Chris? Okay. Any question, comments from members of the board? Jules?
I'm going to give you all a plethora of reasons to vote against this vile resolution. And I will challenge any sentient individual to identify a single problem that this resolution is intended to fix. Not what could theoretically happen, but whether anyone can identify a real problem that justifies our rubber stamping compliance's unnecessary exercise of police power. This is a classic example of a solution desperately looking for a problem, a perfect example of how a police state thinks and operates. Oh boy, what can we prohibit today?
I'm just going to jump in and clarify, and then I'll let you continue. I was the one that requested these changes, so a member of the board did, not compliance. Compliance is just facilitating this process. So,
I'm going
Thank you.
to ask each of you to reject this mean-spirited rule, which is solely intended to prohibit me from parking a recumbent tricycle in a hidden space where it has sat safely and hidden away for over 7 years. But this is going to take some time, so I urge you to listen carefully because it highlights what is wrong with our current practice of letting compliance make decisions that belong solely to this board. By acting as compliance's factotum, rubber stamping, we regularly wind up doing their bidding. Today we're being asked to rubber stamp a rule that is totally unnecessary. It is duplicative of a rule that right now is presently being routinely enforced and that has only a single purpose, to get even with me because I have regularly criticized them along with many of the discretionary rules.
Point of order. Point of order.
Yes, Jim?
Jules should recuse himself. He has already admitted that he has a conflict of interest in this, and it affects him individually. And he was advised by our attorney that if he wanted to bring this up, he should bring it up from the audience as a member and not from the pulpit as a board director.
I decline specifically to do that, and I will continue my comments. Thank you, Jim. Were it not for these violations that I will now discuss, there would be no need for a Bill of Rights. You have photographs there. Photo number 1 shows my recumbent tricycle parked beneath a stairway outside our front door. As you can see, it easily slips into an area that can't be otherwise used for any other purpose. It's 44 inches in height. A grown person could hardly get in there without crawling. Photo number 2 is the view that anyone walking towards the stairway would see. As you can plainly see, the trike is invisible. So even someone who hates trikes could not possibly be offended. The only ones who ever walk around that stairwell are plumbers replacing hot water heaters, and me, who regularly sweeps out the area, which is decimated with dead leaves that drop from a dying tree on the top. I do this because our staff hasn't blown out the leaves in quite a while, and frankly, it's good exercise. It is true that our neighbor across the breezeway, Michael Cardoni, can see the trike from his kitchen window, but I have his written consent to keep it there. It is abundantly clear that compliance alone is the father of this rule, but that's not what they're there for. They are simply our employees administering rules whose sole prerogative is with the board. So allowing them to tell us what we should be doing is a dereliction of our duty. These guys don't live here. They don't understand the needs of a community whose average age is close to 80. All they know is how to prosecute people. So they aren't like us in any conceivable way. Our members want us, need us to be nurturing, sympathetic, tolerant, understanding. These guys want to be Wyatt Earp or J. Edgar Hoover or a SWAT team and a legislature to boot, drafting rules, dumping them in our laps, and instructing us to pass them. And too damned often we do their bidding. Our default should be to allow members to do anything they like unless it infringes on the rights of other residents. Their default is to prosecute anything that is not specifically approved. In fact, they regularly use that exact language to describe members' conduct. They say in letters to us, this was not approved, as opposed to this was not prohibited. Now, we have a current rule that limits what can be placed on breezeways. But notice that it's prohibitory, meaning it comprises a set of prohibitions. What cannot be placed on the breezeway. And since we live in a democracy, we can do anything we like unless it's prohibited. And parking that trike in that narrow space is not currently prohibited, because if it were, there'd be no reason for this new rule. Yet compliance is currently prosecuting me, claiming that parking the trike under the stairs violates the current rule. Trust me, when all is said and done, I will be exonerated either by our board or by a superior court judge. And that, my friend, is the sole reason why compliance is seeking to amend the rule. They want to prevent me at all costs from parking the trike in that space. And at present, they know they can't. Because if you read the rule, it is absolutely impossible to squeeze my trike into any of its many prohibitions. In fact, if you read it word for word, they are prosecuting me for a violation that is not a violation. Here's what the rule provides. In addition to being only concerned with safety, appearance, and avoidance of danger. The first one, it says, all plants shall be suitably potted. The trike is not a plant. Section 2 says, plantings and growing of herbs and tomatoes. No one has ever accused my trike of being an herb, a plant, or a tomato. Number 3 says, planting of fruit trees. Well, it's not a fruit tree. Number 4 actually says, items may be placed outside your front door. So that's not a prohibition. Number 5 says potting supplies. Same problem. Number 6 says plants, etc. Same problem. Number 7 says nails, screws, and hooks must be checked. Same problem. Number 8, in a 3-story building. Mine is a 2-story building. Number 9 says furniture designed for indoor use is not allowed. Now, it's true, the first time I saw it was in somebody's living room, but it's only because he used it as a work of art. Number 10 says all plants, same problem. Number 11, potted plants, same problem. Number 12, items that constitute a nuisance, such as wind chimes, food and water, what will attract birds, insects, and other animals, same problem. Number 13 says a residence balcony. Well, this is not a balcony. And number 14 says the landscape crews will not care for the residents' personal items. Frankly, I don't want landscape to take care of my recumbent trike. And that is the sole, that totally encompasses what the current rule says. Yet they're prosecuting me, right? Why are they so intent upon forcing me to move my trike? Because, as I previously noted, I have regularly criticized them for violating our members' rights of due process, and they don't like to be criticized. So if I'm right, and as a matter of law, I believe I am, the only way they can force me to move the trike is to change the rule to prohibit what is now perfectly legal. And you notice, while many rules have grandfather clauses in, there's no grandfather clause in this one. They cannot simply rewrite the rule to say that Jules Zallen can't park his trike under the stairwell. That would be a bit too obvious. It's called selective enforcement. So they add a single new prohibition. No items are allowed to be stored under the stairway. But right now, no items can be stored anywhere on our breezeways, not just beneath the stairway, anywhere. Compliance regularly issues violation notices for just this sort of activity. In fact, just 2 months, 3 months ago, a few months ago, they cited my across the breezeway neighbor for placing 2 storage containers in the corner of the breezeway. They didn't need any new or different rule to do that. So it was their purpose. If it was their purpose, it is already accomplished, and this new rule is totally unnecessary. So why are compliance pushing for this new rule? Prohibiting breezeway storage is clearly not the purpose of the new rule, because they already have an overall rule that says you can't store things on the breezeway. The singular purpose of the rule is to get Jules Allen, and the way they do it is pretty clumsy and obvious. They do it by using facially inoffensive and ambiguous language that they hope the board will interpret in a very offensive way. In fact, that's precisely what the rule now says. In actual words, right smack in the center of the rule, quote, "The board has the authority to interpret this policy and to impose monetary fines." They put it right. They know what they're doing. And they can impose fines and suspend the members' privileges. That language is absurd. Of course, a board must interpret rules. All rules must be interpreted. How else can you enforce them? That's how our brains operate. We read the rule, we figure out what it means, and that's interpretation. The only way we can communicate is to interpret what we hear, what we read, and what we see. So of course we must interpret any rule. So why are they suggesting this blitheringly nonsensical language? Here's what they are obviously saying. We can call it storing, but you can interpret it to mean parking. Wink, wink. Got it? This is so obvious. It is so embarrassing to have to point it out. Here they are literally shouting to the board, hey, you can interpret the language any way you like. Well, we can't, because it is obviously intended to punish a single member for violating a non-existent rule. And given that clear purpose, I believe that a court of law will interpret the ambiguity in the member's favor. This couldn't be clear. Why didn't they say the board has the power to interpret the policy and exonerate the member if it finds no violation? Because that's not what they want to tell the board. It reflects what was in compliance's mind when it drafted this mean-spirited provision. They want the board to interpret the rule and impose a penalty. It says, interpret the rule and impose a penalty. But let's take a moment to examine what it actually says about the new rule. The committee requested review of the policy as it was brought to the attention of the board that portions are vague and that some members are taking advantage of this lack of clarity to store more items in the breezeways than might have been intended. That is a baseless statement. It is supported by not a single example, not a single fact, nor is the current rule vague in the slightest. It carefully prohibits how plants are placed on our breezeways. So even compliance's explanatory statement is just so much baloney. Its purpose is not to clarify anything. It's to create a brand new prohibition. I'm a member of the committee that they're referring to, and I state flatly that we never gave compliance any such instruction. So unless I was asleep at the meeting, this statement, intended to support their action, is nonsense. These so-called instructions will not be found in the minutes of any meeting because they were not given. This is not the first time or the second or the third or the fourth.
Hold on just a second, Jules. SK,
Sure.
you,
How long are we going to listen to this?
how long, much longer you have to go, Jules?
I have I've gotten about 2/3 of the way through.
Okay.
This floor is not personal floor.
Okay.
Please consider communicate to the board members short. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Can you speed it up?
I will do whatever I can. This is not the first time or the second or third time that compliance has been fast and loose with what they tell us. Some of you may remember the laundry list of perfectly terrible ways in which compliance violated constitutional rights of our members. This very reason they dreamed up this unnecessary rule. I don't currently store my trike any more than any of us store our cars in our carports. We park them temporarily. Our rules currently prohibit storing things out in the open anywhere in the village. So how do they get around this inconvenient problem? The board has the right to interpret and impose monetary fines. Their own words betray their malign purposes. It's almost a Freudian slip. In my opinion, a court of law would distinguish those two words the same way you and I would. They are different and they can't be used interchangeably. And the rule in the United States is when there is an ambiguity in whether to convict, a court will favor the individual as opposed to the government. So how would a court interpret this? I have no question that they would look to the purpose of the rule. And it says, it is essential, this is the purpose of the rule. It is essential that all residents be aware of the need for safety, attractiveness, and prevention of damage. Safety? The trike is squeezed into a hidden space. It's safe, and it couldn't possibly jeopardize anyone's safety. Attractiveness, you can't even see it. Damage prevention, nobody could get in there. But there's even more evidence that this new rule is just a mechanism for getting me. What was the reason for redrafting this rule? It was not because the board recognized the problem. I challenge anyone on the committee or the board to claim that, quote, some members are taking advantage of this so-called vagueness, and that they then requested that compliance review the policy. Nor has compliance identified a single person who has taken advantage of the claimed vagueness, because no one has. So why is it important for me to continue parking the trike beneath the staircase? Because there's no other place in this entire community where I can place it safely. I certainly can't park it on lawns or on patios or on sidewalks or anywhere outdoors. Not only would it get rained on, it would get stolen. And that's exactly what would happen if I put it in carports. I've recently collected from bike club members on Nextdoor and from Eric Nunez. Dozens of bikes have recently been stolen from carports. Bike locks don't deter thieves. When cooled, a canned air spray will make the lock so brittle it can be broken by a hammer. A bolt cutter would do the same thing. My trike is very expensive. It's considered the Cadillac of recumbent trikes. It was handmade in Australia. Also, if I parked it in my carport, I'd have to park my car out on the street, which is another problem. I keep reiterating the same basic premise. The law follows logic, and logically this rule is unnecessary since no one is allowed to store anything, or it is intended to single out me. The new rule is duplicative, as I said. It constitutes selective enforcement. A prohibition that makes no sense is by definition arbitrary, and arbitrary is the definition of a constitutional lack of due process. Hiding it beneath the stairs is the safest place it can be parked. It is hidden so as not to be deemed unattractive, and it's a beautiful vehicle. But forgetting the legal mumbo jumbo, let's remember why we're here in the first place. We're just a bunch of neighbors come together to do the best we can to make our lives here in Laguna Woods as pleasant and nurturing as it can be in the autumn of our lives. We're here to do good things, and what our police people are asking us to do is the very opposite. It is unnecessary, and it has no upside. This is a public forum. How each of us votes will be memorialized. It will be a vote you can't erase. I urge you to not to do something as mean-spirited as this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jules. Before I ask if there's any other comments, just want to comment. I mean, your main premise is that compliance came up with these changes. I came up with them. Compliance just followed my direction. I actually gave them the draft, so I don't know that they did anything but package it up. We've had situations where things have been stored underneath stairways, and prior boards have requested that they be moved, and so we're making a precedent of not storing things under the stairways. There's interpretations that you're making on its attractiveness. Picture number one, while you're showing it from the back, there's views that other people might see from the side. So
nobody can see it from the side.
I can see some windows right there that are not your windows.
I got their written consent.
Okay.
Michael Cardoni is the only one who can see it, and I have his written consent, along with the consent of the most other people in my building. But you said something, Mark, that I challenged when I started out, and that is whether anyone could you identify a single individual that has a problem that you can identify. It's perfectly easy to say we've had complaints or anything, but the point is you don't have rules, especially prohibitory rules, unless there is a reason for it. So tell me.
Point of
what
order,
the
please.
So I was talking, you're interrupting. Why don't we just vote?
Yes, please do.
I was going to say you've had your chance, and I believe it's Mark's
So
turn to speak.
I'm actually, let's call to vote. Is there some option that we can do there? Let's call the vote. So the vote before us as to whether or not to approve the revised policy. It's been through 28-day review and approval. Do we have any member comments, Michaela, before okay. So have board comments. So time to vote. Again, we're voting whether or not to approve the updates to this policy. And as mentioned, it's a public forum, public vote. I'm voting yes. For anybody that isn't sure.
Kush, can you let me know your vote?
You voted
Yes.
no.
No? Okay, thank you. And SK?
I voted
Okay. Are you for or against?
for.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're missing somebody.
And Ralph, are you for or against?
I'm for.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Not registering.
No, I'm registering. Okay, so this passed 8-3, 8 yes, 3 no's, 0 abstentions. So this new policy is now in effect. Thank you, board, and thanks, everybody. And even thank you, Jules, for making your statement. Appreciate it. All right, moving on to agenda item 13, new business. Still got a few things to talk about today. All right, agenda item 13A is for the board to entertain a motion to approve updates to Third's pet policy. These updates were suggested by the Resident Policy and Compliance Committee in an effort to make this policy a bit more clear for our residents. Today, we'll be voting on whether or not to submit these updated pet policy forward for 28-day member review and comment. First, I'm going to ask, is this a long The whole thing is a resolution? Okay. Since we're going for a 28-day review and approval, can I get a motion? We're just going to pass the resolution. Donna moves. Anybody seconds? Chris seconds, all right. Okay. Any questions, comments about this policy, the pet policy? Again, okay, any member comments?
Yes, yes.
Oh, yes, Jim, I'm sorry, Jim, I missed your hand. Jim, you have a comment?
There was something in it, I don't have it in front of me right now, about the pet policy in reference to cats, and it was very vague in the description. And what we found out from the animal control from the city, cats are not required to be licensed. And it's kind of written in an odd manner. I think I sent you a note about it on the specific item.
You did?
And I'm trying
Yes,
to
2B.
find that right now.
I got
You have it there?
Yeah. You said attachment 2B is misleading. Cats don't require licensing or registration.
And it says it may be registered, and I'm sorry. It says it may be registered, and the language is from the city ordinance.
So may as in it's optional
Yes.
from your perspective? Is that unclear to you, Jim? Are you requesting
May
that
be
we?
registered, but if it is registered, it has to have a rabies. Is that how it is worded?
Yes.
Because if it's not registered, it doesn't have to have a rabies because it's not considered a domestic animal. And so I think it just kind of misinterprets what we're doing. It almost appears as though they should register it, even though it says may register. I think we
Okay.
need to have that more clear.
Your suggestion?
So like optional can be registered instead of may? Oops, you moved away from your microphone, can't hear you. So we got your points. It seems like a minor change that we could potentially work on if we want to do that and put this on 28-day notice as is and work on that final change or not, if, let you decide. Okay. Ira has a question. Oh,
No,
we can't hear you anymore, Jim. Something happened. You backed away and it went quiet. Say something for us.
Just to make clear that the members do not have to register their cat.
Okay, got it. All right.
If you could just add in, after registered, may be registered at the owner's discretion, and just leave it at that.
Okay.
And that would probably cover what Jim has
Okay.
brought up.
Okay,
And
so Ira is suggesting may be registered at owner's discretion, so adding at owner's discretion in there. You think that would work, Jim?
Is that question, is that registered the city?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that would work,
Okay,
as long as it's clear that they don't have to register them.
okay, got it, thanks.
And also, I don't know if you see Susan Smallwood has a hand up.
I do, but we're going through the boards for the moment.
Okay.
Any other comments, questions from the board? Okay, Ms. Smallwood, you have a comment or question?
Yes, I had my hand up during Jules' speech,
Okay,
and I was ignored.
okay,
And before you voted, I wanted to request that possibly you put this on hold and possibly have put down that if neighbors are willing to sign a document agreeing that their neighbor, because we want to be good neighbors, and allow them to store something that's not seen all the time, or like myself, to have a hanging hose in order to take care of something, that should be taken into consideration. But this carte blanche of you can't do this, you can't do that, I drive around and I see up in the breezeways, people have furniture out there. It just needs to be more in line with being neighborly. If a neighbor did not call upon this person's situation, it should be discussed with the board before they're put into compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mahler. Appreciate that. So that tends to happen. So as Jules mentioned in his case, not all of his neighbors were in favor of that. So moving on back to this pet policy.
Just to correct the thing, the neighbor who objected moved out, and her brother, who now who owned the place initially, so actually it really shouldn't have been her, approved. So it's inaccurate to say that I only got some of the neighbors' permission.
Thank you. Any more on the pet policy? Okay. Any other comments from any members regarding the pet policy? All right, so now it's time to vote. Again, we're voting on whether or not to put this pet policy with this minor change at the owner's discretion on 28-day review for member review and comment.
Okay, and SK, can you let me know if you're for or against? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So it looks like yours isn't. You just thumbs up, thumbs down. I mean, it all comes up on the screen anyway, so it's nothing. Yeah, okay. All right. Excuse me, making some. All right, so voting is done. 10 yes to put this on 28-day review, and 1 abstention. Okay. So thank you, board. Moving on to agenda item 13B is to hear a requested appeal for a decision made by the Third Maintenance and Construction Committee regarding the installation of some Manor mailboxes. The committee voted to install standard in-wall post office compliant mailboxes. However, some members requested a pedestal mailbox instead, which was considered but turned down due to additional cost required for a pedestal mailbox. I don't know, does anyone from staff have any opening comments for us? Mr. Gomez, thank you.
Thank you, President Laws, and good afternoon, board members. We have agendized this appeal to you at the request of the members who submitted the original request. We're seeking board direction as to how you wish to proceed. I will just refer to you the gist of what I think the M&C committee's position on this was, and that is that you have 260 buildings remaining with non-compliant mailboxes. So looking at these 5 buildings, if we were to provide pedestal type boxes at these locations, it of course opens the door potentially to other requests. You traditionally, the last few years, have budgeted $25,000 annually to replace the in-wall units with in-wall compliant units. The replacement boxes in the existing walls are slightly larger than the existing boxes that are non-compliant. So I think as you deliberate this, you just want to maybe keep in mind the budgetary impacts of this. If you are to approve the request for the 5 pedestal boxes, that will pretty much use up the $25,000 that you've allocated. So any additional requests that come in the remainder of 2023, we would bring to you individually for additional supplemental budgets if those requests were to be approved. So with that, I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay. And just for clarity, it looks like the price difference is $1,200. Okay, so all right. Okay. Moon, you have, first of all, is there anybody from the community that is here to talk about this, or is their appeal without representation? Okay, fair enough, all right. Moon, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, I live at both sides. Currently, I have the in-wall unit, and it seems that's a 50 years old in-wall unit or more, and a little bit antiquated and unsafe in a way because it's all mixed up. And so when this come up the committee, when I asked them how much it's gonna cost to change the whole thing, excuse me, whole thing, and it sounded like more than $1 million. But I would suggest eventually we would, if we're gonna change it, instead of current value, little bit updated, I rather update it all the way. And if money is an issue, either we come up with the money, or if we cannot come up with the money, we can slow down the upgrading. But I don't want to upgrade just a 10% upgrade instead of 100% upgrade. And then we're going to face this, issue time after time again.
Now, what is the cost of a pedestal one versus the one that's being used? Because budgets.
The in-wall is $2,900. The pedestal is $4,100. And I don't know that we.
200 some left.
Yeah, I don't know that we have. There's 200 or so mailboxes still to some extent.
And some are not compliant yet. Did they say
They're
that?
just
Yeah,
not
just
post
not,
office
yeah.
compliant. They're not
Post
up to
office
the
compliant,
current post
yeah.
office standards. I don't know. I mean, we can still deliver some mail to them. I don't know that we've done an assessment of whether people would, they may have to walk further to a pedestal, and whether they're want to do that as well. Yes, Ralph, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, as far as compliance, the existing mailboxes no longer comply. They did when they were put in. The replacement that we are wanting to put in are compliant now.
Okay.
There is a $1,200 difference of cost. It would delay the program, or it would delay the program because we get less done a year, unless we, give more money to that program. So.
Kush and then Jim.
So my
Yeah, can you hear me?
question is.
Kush first. Go ahead.
My question is, the 2,900 and opposed to 4,100, this cost is for the in the wall, correct? Or is 4,100 for the pedestrian?
The 2,900 is to replace with in-wall units.
Okay.
The 4,100 is to remove the in-wall units, patch up the wall, and install a standalone pedestal.
So would that mean that we would have to pour concrete pad to put the pedestal? And is that included in that?
It does mean that, and it is included, yes.
Okay, all right.
How much difference?
$1,200 difference.
That's assuming replacing two pedestals two in-wall units in each building here.
With one pedestal.
With
One
with
pedestal that would have 6 boxes.
One pedestal per building. Now, I noticed over on some of these streets, they have to walk a couple hundred feet to get to a mailbox pedestal.
Correct. In this case, each building has 6 units, and there are 2 boxes with 3 mailboxes for each.
Right.
What the residents have requested is to replace that with one pedestal unit with 6 boxes. And the most likely location for that would be either in the landscape area in front of the building, or maybe adjacent to a sidewalk in front of a building. We would need to work with the post office to determine a location that would meet their criteria for the post office person to deliver the mail. I also neglected to point out for the board that the MNC committee, in their deliberation, did offer a option to the residents that if the residents, the 6 residents of each building, wanted to pay the difference in the cost between the in-house and the pedestal, that option would be available to them. So that's on the record also.
Okay, but as far as you know, they turned that down? Is that?
Their response was to appeal to the board.
Okay, all right, okay. And Jim, I think you have a question or comment?
Yeah. And talking to some of these residents.
Can you turn him up at all?
Let me see if I can turn it up.
She just turned you up a little bit. I think that helped.
Okay. In response to some of these residents, what I looked at for cost was that you can actually get a 13-box unit, but you could use 12 of the boxes and supply it for 2 buildings. And it actually would probably be a cost savings as opposed to a cost increase by putting a 12-box pedestal with a bulk package box included in it and also an outgoing mail slot. The complaints that most of these people made was the fact that the mailboxes are so small, you can't even put a business size envelope in it. With these pedestals, you have quite a bit more room. Their other complaint was their prescription drugs that were being delivered also would not fit in the boxes and were unsecured and just being put in the trays, which the new size boxes that go in the wall doesn't accommodate. And I talked to Ian about this, but we probably would need to price it out and see if the residents would be willing, if they're willing to have a pedestal for 6 mailboxes and they have to walk to that one. If it's a pedestal that will support 12 mailboxes, they wouldn't have to walk that much farther for 2 buildings to be using 1 pedestal. So I think we need to look at that as a possibility because we need to modernize what's going on and not keep putting back in, yes, they meet federal standards, but they're not adequate mailboxes in the walls. So my suggestion is we look at this from a different perspective and see if the people in the buildings are willing to walk a little ways to a pedestal. And I'm sure the U.S. Postal Service would love to have a pedestal where they could deliver all the mail to 12 units in one location rather than having to go to 2 different buildings and 2 different walkways.
I mean, put a post office guy out of a job. All right, Moon. Thanks, Jim.
Yeah, I just at the committee meeting, and it was come out with more than $1 million, but I just added that was $300,000 to improve from 2,900 to 4,100, 260. Okay. So it's not. I just don't want to point out about 300 to meet, and what more than standard. Also, as Jim said, we have some kind of leeway. We can scale down the expense. Somehow we can jiggle around how many we can install because right now, more. Let's say 1 pedestal will include 12 instead of 1 unit is 3. So there will be some leeway we can adjust it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I agree. Andy, good to hear from you.
Okay, I have a question. I think this is directed to Jim. The 12 pedestal unit, you got an idea what it would cost?
Yeah, if you buy, can you hear me? If you can buy one of them, they're $2,825. If you buy 2 to 5 of them, they're $2,400. If you buy 6 or more of them, they're $2,260.
So this is the 12
It's
box?
actually 13 because they don't make an exact 12, so you have
So-
1 extra slot.
So the
And then
smaller.
it has a mail
okay, all right.
slot and it has a bulk package slot.
Okay, so the smaller unit costs just about the same as the bigger unit.
Yeah, so just for clarification, the cost that you're seeing in the staff report includes installation and some of those kinds of things. I'm just going to try to pull us back. So we're talking about things that the M&C committee should investigate. But we're here for today is whether or not to grant an appeal, which would reverse M&C's committee decision and allow a single 6-unit pedestal for a cost of $4,100 instead of our current plan of in-box for a cost of $2,900.
Okay, Mark, that's my point, that they don't, this other option's not, if you can put a 12-unit pedestal or 13-unit for not that much more.
Right, but that's not what's before this.
Well, I
this
know.
team.
That's what
I agree with you. I agree that
So
the M&C committee needs to look at this a little more detail and come up with more options. This was a specific request that was denied at the M&C committee. But yeah, I think further, as Moon and Jim and you were saying, that some of the stuff that we are replacing with today may not be adequate. Ira.
Can we table this request and put it off until we get numbers and figures back from M&C on the 2 building units that we may save money moving forward, and locations from the post office, because they don't allow you to put in anywhere you like.
So I'm open to a motion to postpone the appeal, essentially, or postpone our decision on the appeal for after more investigation and options.
I move a motion to table it.
Okay. All right.
I recommend that we send it back to MNC and let them come back with a better proposal.
Yeah, I mean, just again, this isn't a motion. This is an appeal, so it's a slightly different. So we're tabling the decision on the appeal and sending it back
to
to
come back with
so
a better.
So you're kind of adding. Are you okay with that addition? Table the appeal decision and send it back to committee for more investigation. And in the meantime, don't do anything for this specific resident.
Is that okay with you,
okay.
Jim?
So I hear a motion. Are you then seconding it, Kush?
Yeah.
Okay. Any disagreement with that or further discussion amongst the board? Okay. Any member comments? I'm going to tend to ask you that always. Okay. So by consent, we've agreed to Manuel not progress with this specific address. We probably shouldn't progress with any addresses at this point in time until we figure out how we want to best spend that $25,000 mailbox replacement fund for 2023. So I'm going to ask the M&C chair, Ralph, to get this moving. You have this up high on your list. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, board. Good discussion. Agenda item 13C is for the board to confirm the third maintenance construction committee's decision to cancel installation of Shepherd's Crook fencing within Third Mutual. I noticed the staff report said gate 11, but it wasn't clear to me that a decision had been made by the board to continue with gate 11, since I know there were issues of height and that kind of thing. So just to give people some background, per the agreement that the village has with the city of Laguna Woods, the village needs to install 900 linear feet of Shepherd's Crook each year to meet the current agreement that they have. In past years, this 900 linear feet was split 3 ways, with 300 feet being installed each by United, GRF, and Third. Shepherd's Crook fencing, costs over $115 per linear foot. So this much fencing costs $115. And so as a result, in the 2023 budget, the Third had allocated $35,000 to install our 300 feet. For this year, 2023, GRF and United made the decisions on their own to install more than 300 feet. They want to progress with their fence installation, and between the two of them, they will exceed the 900 feet that the city requires. And the third M&C committee requested more details from staff regarding the effectiveness of Shepherd's Crook fencing from a, does it keep people out any better than what we have, or no fencing, as well as some information about maybe some lower cost options for fencing. So while we wait for the requested information to decide upon next steps, the M&C committee has requested that we put this program essentially on hold for 2023 and return the $35,000 allocated to it to the reserve fund so that we can use that money for more important items, such as mailbox replacement, as an example. I don't know, Manuel, were you going to talk to this one? If you have anything to add?
I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay.
But the President-in-law, just to reference to your comment about Gate 11, the reason we reference Gate 11 in the staff report is because that is the location where the 2023 funds were going to be used for.
Okay, and how was that decision made?
We were working around Gate 11 for the last couple of years.
Okay.
So in 2022, we did the first part of Santa Maria in front of Gate 11. We were scheduled to do the second half.
So just continuation.
Right.
So it wasn't a decision by the board, it's just a specific decision, it was just, you were just continuing.
Correct.
Okay. But at the same time, was there also not some request from some members of Gate 11 to extend the height of that fence, which added more question as to whether we should continue with the current level or make some decisions as to a higher level?
Correct, and that item was presented to the board a couple of months ago, and your board decided not to pursue the higher fencing.
Right, and again, ask for more details about whether this fencing is of value, whether there's lower costs and options, that kind of thing. Okay, I think we're saying the same thing. Thank you. All right. Can I get a motion to approve the cancellation of Shepherd's Crook installation for 2023 before we further discuss it? Ira moves, Moon seconds. Thank you. Any questions from the board? I think we might have a member comment.
My only comment is it's leaving it along Santa Maria about half done. Half of it's Shepherd's Crook and the other half is still barbed wire.
Okay, all right. That is true. That's true. Okay, SK?
I went out there and took a look what the hell this Shepherd Crook is, and I don't see why we need to install that, adding some cost for our village.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions, comments before we ask for members' comments? All right, Michaela, I think we have at least one.
Yes, just one, and it's from Doug Gibson.
That'll be Doug Gibson from Gate 11, I'm guessing.
I'm at 5289. Good evening. Nice to be with you. A little bit of history. We had in Gate 11 in about the 2016 and 17, we had a major break-in where people came over the wall at the end of Pina and Moya, which is on that eastern corridor. As a result of that, the guy that was eventually caught was a bad guy, and there were a couple of things that were involved with it. That's some of the history of a little bit of the Gate 11 situation on it. I think as a result of that, you saw Shepherd's made as a determination to kind of strengthen not only the Gate 11 area, but also around Gate 5 and 6 and several other areas on it. And the city got involved with it with the Gate 11 situation. I happened to pick up the agenda over the weekend and saw the Gate 11, and I've been driving down that Santa Maria for several weeks and months and whatever, and to see those stop about halfway through and then see the resolution or whatever or discussion to actually not do it this year where the money has been allocated, it's been allocated through that. It actually probably should pick up what was allocated for 24 and get it taken care of so that that aesthetic aspect of that going into that particular gate is good. And that's, I'm just asking that maybe you throw it back to the committee so that the members of Gate 11 have an opportunity to at least understand what's happening here within the committee and everything else, I try to stay abreast of some of this stuff. And in this instance, I think there might be some feedback at the committee meeting, and then it can come back to you as a board level. So that's my request. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Appreciate it. I also live in Gate 11, so Doug is my neighbor. All right. Any other questions, comments? Yes.
I have had people comment to me that the barbed wire that is near entrances, that I know it was done for security reasons, but that in terms of their words, unsightliness, that they felt barbed wire was really not a good welcoming to the community. And so I noticed that at Gate 11, the Shepherd's Crook came halfway down Santa Maria toward the gates, but stopped. The entrance is still barbed wire, if I'm not mistaken. And so I'm just wondering if those folks who had commented to me that barbed wire at any of the entrances was not very welcoming might be considered if we have the funds and can do it.
Thank you. Ralph?
Since it was budgeted, the funds would not seem to be a problem. I realize they're still wanting to save, you're still wanting to save money. I just hate to see a half-done job standing there. That's my biggest complaint. It just looks like somebody gave it up, or they ran out of money, didn't want to fix it or something. It just looks sloppy.
Yeah. It almost points out the barbed wire more than if the whole thing was still barbed wire.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Any other questions, comments? Kush?
I would concur with Donna and Ralph because it is more a aesthetic look than the safety thing. Because I know we were burglarized once many years ago, and after talking to a few police people, they said any amount of locks you put on the door is not going to secure your place. It's only going to delay the guy from entering. So even if we put these things, it's not going to make it secure as we want it, but it will only delay the person, or maybe we'll be able to apprehend the guy or person before they run away. So it's very more aesthetic than anything. But we've started something, so it would be better to finish it. So that is my view about it.
Okay, great, thanks. Again, since I live in Gate 11, I'll comment. I drive down that street, see it half done all the time. And just in my position being on the board, $115 per foot. I just think that we could use the money to much better services for the entire community
I concur.
than just that Gate 11 area. So, so I'll put that out there as a Gate 11 person. I would like to ultimately see something there that looks nice. I'm hoping that staff will be able to identify something that's a little less costly, that might look nice, that might deter entry a little bit. So, but until then, that's my perspective. Yes, Ralph?
It's not going to be any cheaper next year.
No. So it'll be $120 a foot, or under $30 a foot. So, Jules?
Just a comment. I'm wondering whether there's anything that looks like Shepherd's Crook that isn't Shepherd's Crook, and that could save us an awful lot of money.
Yep, that's
Just
what
a
we're
comment.
looking to get some details from staff on that. Yeah, and then we'll oil it up for you, Jules. Andy.
In my prior residence, where we had a townhouse complex, we ultimately had to increase the shepherd's hook around the swimming pool because we had homeless climbing where they could. So we raised the shepherd's hook. But it was wrought iron, and it's really expensive. And for good reason. It's hard to work with it. You need a skilled person. So that, to find something cheaper, less expensive, that still looks as good as it does, and it does look good when it's painted, it's going to be difficult. So I don't think there's going to be a miracle solution, because we looked at it, and pretty much, once you go with Shepherd's Hook, you're stuck, because if you change it again, you have a different look. And ultimately, I think for this village, it sends a message in a way, and I think you have to do it tactfully, that where we think there's a problem with entry, then we have more there's more direct appeal, barbed wire. And I don't like barbed wire, but barbed wire pretty much tells a potential thief, hey, we're going to push back. Whereas Shepherd's Hook is more decorative, but I think we really need to look at what does the job. And if Shepherd's Hook, for the extra price, doesn't do the job, then you stick with maybe a better version of barbed wire. I hate to say a prettier version, but if you can come up with better looking barbed wire or something like that, right where you need it, and I'm hearing that that's the case because it's around the entrances, then I would think, and money's tight, you need to consider that. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Andy. Ralph, and then Jules, maybe. I think if you raise your hand.
By city permit, we cannot replace or install any new barbed wire. We can repair the old stuff, which is going to look worse than ever, or go on with the Shepherd's Crook.
Jules?
You can always throw something over the barbed wire and essentially use that as a way of getting over. We had that problem on Ridge Route Drive, where people were actually throwing mattresses, or you could probably throw a blanket that's folded over 3 or 4 times, throw it over the fence, throw it over the barbed wire, and just help yourself, just hop over. So there's a substantial difference. Barbed wire looks lousy, and it really is not that effective. If somebody wants to get over, they're going to get over.
All right, I'm going to do Jim, then Donna.
Yeah, the whole purpose of this was to save money in our budget. We're only required to put out so many linear feet by the city's conditional use permit. And because the GRF and United have put out that adequate amount, it saves us from having to spend money ahead of time. The other thing is, we still have never received a report from security as to how much of a deterrent the Shepherd's Crook actually is. And then one more point is, if you don't like the look of the barbed wire at the entrances, we have guard gates at the entrances. It seems that those areas, the barbed wire could simply be removed because you have guard gates to actually see if somebody's coming in. Those would be the places that would need the Shepherd's Crook the least of any area. So again, this was to try and keep our monthlies down by not spending money that we don't have to spend in 2023 and defer it to 2024. If we even decide to continue with the conditional use permit, it requires 900 and some linear feet total for the village on an annual basis. So again, this is just to save money and to defer and to possibly find a different solution, if that solution even needs to be made, as to whether or not the Shepherd's Crook is an actual deterrent. And we have never been given any report to suggest yes or no on it being a deterrent.
Thanks, Jim. Donna?
And that was my question. Andy, you said that where you live, Shepherd's Crook had been put around the swimming pool because people were climbing over the wall and using it. Did it deter?
Well, there were 2 things. If there was, and in this particular case, there was an adjacent structure. So what they would do is just put their foot on the part of the Shepherd's Crook to get on that adjacent thing and then swing around it. It's not, any able person can get over an 8-foot Shepherd's Hook. Are we talking about 8 feet? I don't know.
Thereabouts, yeah.
Yeah, it's not for an able person to get over a Shepherd's, it's nothing, easy. And we saw it happen, but more likely what we ultimately went to on the one pool that was on the edge, We used Texas privet hedges to create a green wall, much less expensive and very effective. They won't crawl through a tree. You know, Texas privet hedges, if you've ever seen them.
It's thorny.
Yeah. Anyway, instead of, and it was a tremendous amount. For a small association relatively, one of the board members suggested a $31,000 addition, adding another 1.5 feet because the existing shepherd's hook was not keeping them out. So, all right, make it higher. You know, but again, somebody that's able just hops right over this stuff. You wouldn't believe it. And I actually saw young people just jump that fence. And they have a technique, you know, and they just climb right up, right over. And so I don't even know if a 12-foot, we were talking about 12 feet height, and it's really expensive. But it looked good. It looked good. Ultimately, we went with the shepherd. We went
So
with
the
the
answer
Texas
is no,
privet
it
hedge.
didn't keep people out?
I think that's the answer. That's the answer I heard. Ira.
So I'm just going to concur. I had similar experiences as Andy did in my previous association. We raised it slightly. All that did was provide additional handhold and footholds to climb on top of the spa mechanical building. And so people would jump from the roof of the building into the spa itself, where they didn't do that before. Things actually got worse as it got higher, because they were able to get up to higher levels with the footholds and handholds provided by the association.
Okay.
So
Thanks. I think we've talked about this enough. Hopefully we're ready to vote. We got staff here. I'm trying to, Jay, thanks for hanging out with us. We'll get to you one of these days. So can we go ahead and vote on whether or not, so again, what we're being asked to vote for is to put this program on hold essentially for 2023 and return the $35,000 for something else this year while we figure out what's going on. So while we're voting, appreciate the discussion. I'm going to try to see if I can move things along, if that's possible, going forward. Damn. Some of you are probably getting hungry. You're not getting out of here to eat until we're done with the open session. All right, the voting is complete. We have 9 yeses and 2 noes, so this passes. Thank you, board. Appreciate it. All right, moving on. Agenda item 13D is to approve updated committee assignments. So on your desk, board members, when you came in, there were some updated ones that are updated from what's in the package. So the ones, and they were the same ones that I had shared with you all a week or so ago. I just didn't have time to get them to staff before they put the package together. Mainly, since we've added a new board member, SK Park, we've added him to some of the committees, made a few rearrangements to try to level out who's going to committees, that kind of thing. So can I get a motion to proceed with voting on these committee updates?
Just to clarify, do you need it for the advisors too? Because one of the advisors for finance is unable to do it. So we can take them up. But they're an advisor, they're non-voting, so I don't know that it's...
So let's make the motion and then we can make those kind of tweaks, because I think Ralph may have a minor change as well to advisors.
Okay, I make a motion.
Huh? Okay, so Kush approves, and Moon seconds. Sorry, let me try to find this package somewhere here. Okay, so for third, meeting appointments, we'd add SK to the Finance Committee. Were you suggesting on the Finance Committee somebody can't?
Yes, Mr. Glassman, his company said he can't
Okay.
act as an advisor.
We'll remove also Jim Glassman as an advisor. Okay. Maintenance and Construction Committee, I think there's some advisor updates there, correct, Ralph?
Yes, Dave Bennick is no longer with us. And we have added Peter Henschel, Henschel.
Okay, all right. So Maintenance and Construction, third's Maintenance and Construction Committee, non-voting advisors will be Judith and Peter.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, any other questions, comments on the third committee appointments? Okay. GRF, have those as well. Any questions, comments on the GRF committee assignments? Okay, all right. Anybody disagree with the committee assignments? So we can move on. Seeing none, we're going to consider the updated committee assignments, the new copies plus the 2 advisor changes approved by consent. Thank you, board. Appreciate it. All right, Jay, I think you're about on. Agenda item 13E is for staff to provide an overview of Third's damage restoration process. So while staff is coming up here, I'd like to note that this topic is somewhat complex. And as chair, if I find that the discussion is getting too lengthy, I'm going to request that we stop today's discussion and continue it at another future open board meeting. How are you today?
Good.
Mr. Allen, what do you got to share with us?
So first off, good afternoon, President Laws, ladies and gentlemen. For those who don't know me, I'm Jay Allen, Damage Restoration Manager here for Laguna Woods Village. And I do have a short presentation here that kind of goes through what our process is, what the procedures are that are laid out for us, and then also some member actions or what would be required of members later on to settle these cases. So the first slide up there is a process map kind of through all of the steps of our process on the damage restoration side, beginning with securing the leak. That doesn't say repairing the leak, it says securing the leak. It means stopping the water from coming in. In many cases, they do repair on site, but in many cases, it could be an alteration. There could be several other issues that would cause the repair to be done at a later stage. But stopping the water from coming in. If there's moisture detected, then they would move into the dry down phase, which is where they're bringing in all the fans and dehumidifiers, air scrubbers, things like that everyone knows and loves here in the village. That's kind of what goes on in that step there. It says dry or no secondary damage on to rebuild. If you could think of rebuild as kind of the final step. If nothing was removed, then nothing needs to be rebuilt. Maybe it's just a case of the coordinators going in there and checking to make sure all the moisture is gone, something like that. This sets a condition of all moisture is gone, everything is dry, it's ready to either be closed out or rebuilt. If there is signs of secondary damage or other issues, it may move down that arrow down into the testing phase, where our companies, our industrial hygienists would come out, they would look at whether there's been a release of secondary substances or other secondary damages that need to be looked at there. They may test up front for that or provide a plan for that.
And secondary substances meaning what?
That would be mold or asbestos.
Okay.
So in this case, we're probably, for testing up front, it could be an unauthorized release of asbestos, which would cause a P5 plan and a lot of upfront testing and planning into the abatement phase. Now, abatement could be discussing asbestos or mold. It's basically getting that out of the way, getting that all set to where it's in a safe place, safe standard for people to live in. And that would move into the clearance phase, which is also the industrial hygienist. That's when they come in and they say, all actions have been affected, there's no danger here, and then that also would move into the rebuild phase. Again, assuming that is everything's dry, nothing is leaking, there's no secondary damages, we're ready to either close it out or rebuild all the things that need to be rebuilt. And then on to the next slide. Early into that process, this is what to expect. I realize that this is kind of small print, but the information is very important. And that's pulled directly from this form, which is our what to do, what to expect. As you can see on the top, it has you can't see it from there, but it has the coordinator's name, coordinator's phone number, and then the name and signature of whoever is receiving this information. Basically, they're not agreeing to anything. They're just saying, I received it. Now I know what my next steps may be. And these, getting back to normal, are followed by, do you need to vacate? Do you need to call your insurance company? Who to call? And then a list of numbers on the bottom that include resident services, us, and then social services. The things that are lined out here in the getting back to normal section are basically indicative of the next slide, which is mirroring the insurance disclosure. And the insurance disclosure talks about that the owners are responsible for damage to the interior of their unit, property for their exclusive use, as well as improvements, alterations, and additions. This includes carpet, floor coverings, paint, wall and window coverings, cabinet, appliances, water heater, air conditioning, kitchen, bathroom, and lighting fixtures, and other property inside your manor. And then it goes forward, talking about what the deductibles are, what the company's insurance company does, so on and so forth. Basically, what it's stating is we don't cover the repair of those things. And it's further laid out in the next slide, which is the CC&Rs, that says basically the same thing. So this is the laying out of the guidance that we follow when we're determining what to repair, what not to repair, what is the owner's responsibility in these cases. So what if it is an owner's responsibility? On the next slide, we have personal property options. And this is for cases when another manor owner is at fault. So let's say you live on the first floor or second floor or anything that's other than the third floor, and you get rained on or leaked on by someone above you. What are your next steps? And it talks about you can work personally with the responsible manor owner, and we'll get to a little bit of the details on that in a couple of seconds. File a claim with your HO6 insurance company, which will in turn work with the responsible member's HO6 as well, or file a claim in small claims court. And then on the bottom there, it says this is a private manor between two manor owners, no mutual involvement, though we're happy to assist. And we truly are happy to assist with these. If there's any claim in there, if there's ever a way that you need to get in touch with your neighbor, obviously we don't share personal details, but we will ask, for instance, the third floor has a leak and it damages below. The second floor may call us and say, hey, I need to get in touch with third floor. How do I do that? And to which we would say, well, if you're willing, we can give third floor your information and then they can call you or vice versa. But obviously it has to be agreed to by both members for that one to work. Otherwise, you would progress into that second and third step that we discussed there. And again, this is when another manor is quote unquote responsible.
And would the lower person manor owner know that?
It would be described somewhat in the what to do, what to expect, but also we would be able to walk through that with their personal coordinator that shows up out there at their place to go over the whole situation with them. Those are questions that would very easily be answered by that person, which is why it's very important that they have the coordinator's name and contact number, which is cell phone, so that you can reach the coordinators at any time. Think personal damage concierge, and then remember that we have a lot of units and manors, so that may not be a call every day, but it is somebody who knows your case and should be able to talk through it with you. On to the next slide. This is discussing where mutual property is at fault. As we saw in the CC&R's insurance disclosure and the what to do, what to expect, they don't cover flooring or any of the other things that were mentioned at all, even if it is the mutual's property fault. This has two steps. Member files a claim with the HO6 insurance, they cover most or all costs that are associated with these events. They're very used to them, and we're very good at dealing with them as well. All the repairs to mutual property are covered by mutual funds, so that's not an issue when plumbing from our side is at fault. It's just the personal property that kind of comes into question there, which is where you would work with the HO6 insurance. And then also, this is a private manor also between manor owner and their HO6. We're also happy to help here. There are people on staff that can at least guide in the right direction, talk through the process, deal with caseworkers from other insurance companies. Very good at this, and again, willing to help. And that pretty much concludes, unless there's any questions.
Okay. Are there any questions? So Moon, I'm going to ask you specifically.
Yes.
Okay, just a second. So Moon, I know that you were one of the people that was interested in this topic. Did you get your questions answered here today?
In a way, you said that you're going to discuss it later on other meeting, or you want to discuss today?
I'm happy to discuss the general process today.
Yeah. General process, I understand. I didn't know before that.
Okay.
Second one is my question here is the last page. Mutual, if the mutual is the causing the problem, then the repair to mutual property. What is mutual property? Is that personal unit to include the mutual property or only GRF, only mutual, the common area property?
It would be the mutual's property. So the drywall, anything that's subfloor slab, something like that. Basically everything that's not listed in the first three slides. I think third, fourth, and fifth slide. Anything not discussed there would be mutual property.
So the condominium inside the subfloor and the drywall is a mutual property?
The drywall is, and yes, the subfloor, not the individual flooring, and that doesn't include moisture barrier or any treating to concrete as well.
Yeah, only those, right?
Yeah.
So that is very tricky, he's answering. A lot of people doesn't know what it is, what's a mutual property, what is not. Second, I hear, in my experience as well, the communication is really poor. And I understand you are short-staffed and very busy, and the raining season more than what we thought. And we have more damage, more calls, but at least the communication is very, very poor. And I hear so many complaints coming from my side as well. And to find out who was responsible, I had 2 instances. It took me 2 years to find out because it was blocked. I asked repetitively the above unit's owner's name. They would not give me in phone number or the contact information. I thought strange. Then finally it said that you go to small court claim, which I didn't want to do that, and so I didn't. I can assume it. That amount of money is not a big deal, but some people, to me, whoever is causing problem should be responsible in democratic society. But somehow it is not. So I think if this is it is, we have to make very sure to all the residents knows the causing party is not responsible. It's your responsibility, or you have to go back to your H6, the insurance, which I could not understand. I thought if I'm responsible, I should be responsible for that repair. But it appears, he said, even if I'm responsible, I'm not responsible. It's really confusing me.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank Moon. Jim, you had a question or comment?
I just wonder if we could have him address the backlog of assignment of responsibility. That'll probably answer some of the questions Moon has, because it was determined that the person that handled this was not a necessary person to keep on staff during COVID. And so we're playing catch up. And if he could address the fact of how far behind we are on this assignment of responsibility as of today. I know we were 2 years behind. We have a 3-year statute of limitations to make the resolution of the assignment of responsibility. But where are we right now, and how much longer before we catch up?
I'll have to get the details on specifically how many cases are out there. We're constantly working through these, both on the real estate when they sell, and then also on the damage restoration hearings, which thank you, Vice President Cook, for bringing up that issue of responsibility. I put that in air quotes. we can't look at a manor and decide, hey, you're responsible. This is clearly a you thing. The only people that can do that are the members themselves accepting responsibility, or they go through the process and are found responsible in a hearing. And we do have a backlog of those. It was due to staffing shortages there. We are slightly ahead of where we were as far as the 3-year mark, but only slightly. We are addressing new solutions to those issues in terms of staffing and many other issues on how we're going to clear that out. But 2022 was a pretty good year for us in terms of finding out how long this actually takes, finding out what actions work best in a situation where we had no data previously on how long this would take and what this backlog truly meant. So more to come on that and several other meetings that are going to be coming up regarding that as well. Apologies for not having specific answers for that question at the moment.
So
Can I ask him directly?
just a second. Yeah, yes. But I saw Moon's hand first. So Moon and then you, SK.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. In my case was not backlog. They just plug it. They would not give me any information at all. It seems to me it's maybe that's the way it is. That's why I kept it for more than 2 years. And then recently I sent out many information. I finally got the answer. There was the guy who above me had a problem with the toilet. So collapsed whole wall and the floor was all messed up. Secondary, as you said, mutual property is a foundation and the drywall, but not the floor or wooden floor, all that. That was not clear to me. So, and then I have several people call me up. Somehow they are all Korean. I don't know why. I've been involved, and but the communication is very, very poor. And one of my callers, they tear down whole floor because the foundation are soaked with water. And so they tear down all, and now they are staying in the hotel. We try to get communication, some kind of answer or they are willing to hire their own people, but because we need some kind of permission from BMS or HOA, but we cannot talk to anybody. Even I'm trying to push it so hard, but I got the message from Mark, don't do it. So somehow we need to improve communication. Somehow we have to inform our resident what is mutual property, how much we can do it, how much we cannot. Third, I want to know if we did restore, how we can get reimbursed. For the third, so if a third put up the drywall, are we doing for free? Are we getting money back? That is not clear to me. We are talking about pennies and dimes, trying to install higher wall, and we are doing free work for now. So there's a lot of unclear things, unclear area or issues in this issue. I want to make that very, very clear. All the residents know what is their responsibility, what is our responsibility, and who's responsible, how much, all that, and the communication needs to be speed up. Thank you.
President Laws, if I could just quick response to Director Yoon's comments. The mutual will get reimbursed for the work that we do if and when we determine that another owner was responsible for it. So they will eventually receive a bill for that. If they accept responsibility, they write a check and we're done with it. If they don't accept responsibility, those are the cases that go to a hearing. And then the hearing committee makes a determination. So that's how we get reimbursed. In cases where the damage was caused by another mutual owner, the person that received the damages, 90% of the time, your insurance company will address the reimbursement to you, and in some cases to the mutual also. In terms of communication, we have over the past provided damage restoration articles in the Breeze, and perhaps I would suggest that maybe it's time again to do another one, and I'd be happy to work with Media and Communications on getting that information out, working with President Laws and providing him with information in case he wants to also put it in his weekly email blast. But I think we can certainly do more on the communication front. In addition to the notice that they receive, I'll be happy to work with Media and Communications and maybe even set that on a every 6-month schedule so that new residents, as they come in, who maybe didn't get the old one, will have that information. Happy to do that.
And SK, go ahead. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Directly? Could you come up with?
Which
In the case of I or somebody else get complained about the water intrusion of their home, can I contact you or somebody?
The best way to get the quickest response is if it's during normal business hours, contact resident services. If it's after business hours, contact security.
Security.
Mm-hmm. After hours.
Okay.
During the day, resident services.
Now, another question is, how confident are you to find the cause of intrusion? Is it? Well, the question is because a lot of people questioning that, whether you're finding out right causes or not.
I would say most of the time, if it's a plumbing issue or a water line issue, we're very confident that we found the problem. We make the repair. That doesn't mean that that same water pipe is not going to have a rupture in another location, but we typically, with almost 100% certainty, address plumbing issues and water pipe issues, roof leaks, things of that nature. Where it gets a little more cloudy is in the situation that Director Yoon brought up, where we're having moisture intrusion coming up from the ground. Those tend to be a little more challenging and difficult to determine on the cause. And in Third Mutual, we have certain parts of the community that are susceptible to groundwater intrusion. We're working on one of those cases now, but those are the ones that tend to be a little more difficult to
I'll give you an example of what I heard, what complained about my friend. He was complaining about someone, of course, he notified us, and then someone came out and start trying to tear down the wall without finding the exact location of the cause or whatever. And I told him, do not let them tear down until find out exact cause of the problem.
Mr. Allen can
Yeah, I'd like to address that. So sometimes you have to tear some out in order to see where the leak is. We had one of those just recently where it was a window, and we had to remove some of the drywall around it in order to conduct a good water test and then find out where that leak actually is. And to many people's points, we are pretty good at finding where the leak is. In some cases, you find more than one. In some cases, you find that it actually was this instead of that. And that does happen often during the removal process. Okay. So once that material comes off the wall, we're not taking things off willy-nilly because we choose to, but if something needs to be removed, either because it's damaged or needs to be removed to look further for a leak, that's what we do.
Okay, so in the case of the leak from lintel or window case, who is responsible for that then?
But actually, that all depends on what's found. So if it is found to be that, and that is their alteration windows, which it would be, it would likely be the member in that case. But if they find that there's no leak there, they may have to look further for that leak, find out what it is, and that would change the responsibility completely. We do try to look for it until we can find exactly where the leak is, make sure it's secured before, again, on the slide that we talked about, that rebuild side, that's really important. We don't want to put drywall and put everything back up over something that could be leaking in one way or another.
Okay,
Very
in the
important.
case of leak you found, the cause of it, is it internal work, our work, or is it outside contractor work?
It's typically VMS plumbing
Oh.
that would go through and do it.
Typically?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's not my department per se, but we have a great working relationship with them. We communicate back and forth regularly to determine the leak is here, the leak is there.
Mhm.
And then if we do find a case where we think more evaluation is needed, we're very good at contacting them
Okay,
as well
good.
and letting them know to return.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Moon? And we'll try to finish this up here soon.
Some of a friend, Korean friend, who called me up. There's a sizable of Koreans, I don't know, maybe other ethnic group as well. They are here seasonal resident. They are here for just the winter time, and then they will be gone for 6 months or longer. And second one is a lot of those people I know, including myself, property value went up now about 500 grand or 600 grand or higher, but most of them bought cash, and then they do not have insurance as you are proposing. But I'm pretty sure, including myself, I can assume whatever cost, it doesn't dent me at all. Okay, I'm pretty sure some of my friends the same way. So it's not the money issue. I even sent the Ms. Poster email. Whatever I recuperate this money, I'll donate to the foundation. Okay, that's what I started this start with. But I'm pretty sure most of my friends has the same money issue that way. So that is not the real big. The issue was who is right, who is wrong, and then second issue is how we can prevent it. Third issue is if something similar things happen while they were gone. Let's say upstairs water broken, or BMS, in my second case, BMS sewer pipe was broken and my whole wall is broken, fall down. While I was gone, think about the water gonna be a whole house. What they're gonna do with it? So their issue is find the cause, fix it so it doesn't happen, the quality issue. Second one is communication issue. And trying to get to you or try to get to somebody. My friend, Dr. So, it took about 6 days. He was in hotel, and I heard this morning, 10 o'clock, Raul called him. So he was so happy. 6 days later, he was in hotel. But he was so happy. 6 days later, he got a phone call. It could be 1 day. I like to see that in 1 day, not the 6 days or not 10 days. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Good discussion. Jay, thank you for bringing these things. If you could, or maybe staff, send out the slides that we've seen today in soft copy to the board members. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, one last hopefully quick question, quick answer.
Very quick. I just want to know your name because I don't think I've met you before.
I'm Jay Allen. I'm the damage restoration manager. If you're looking to email me or something like that, it is under Justin Allen.
Okay. Thank you. I promised you it was.
You did. That's right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right. And Steve, hey, it's your turn. Agenda item 13F. Same because again, Manuel and Jay. 13F is for the board to entertain a motion to approve updates to Third's investment policy. These updates were suggested by the Third Finance Committee. So I'm just going to turn it over to you rather than give a spiel. You'll do a better job than I.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. So staff recommends approval of the 2023 investment policy for Third Laguna Hills Mutual.
I don't think so.
So very quickly, the intent of the policy is to provide guidelines and limitations for the responsible management of the corporation's investments. And to what President Laws just mentioned, on February 7th, the policy was presented to the Finance Committee where it was approved. So some quick highlights. This was a rewrite of your previous policy. The primary differences that are in place are a limitation on what can be invested. So going forward, if this policy were to be approved, you'd be able to purchase federally backed treasuries as well as CDs. And the second part was it gives the board direction that can allow staff to purchase treasuries and CDs on your behalf, if that's your choosing. So,
okay. Thanks, Steve. Thank you. Any questions for Steve? I mean, hopefully this is familiar to all of you since we're all on the Finance Committee that approved this. Can I get a motion to accept this updated investment policy? I see Ira moves. Oh, Donna seconds. Yeah, I probably should have let Donna approve it. Yeah. Any further questions, comments from the board? Okay. Michaela, we have any? Okay, just going to be something I'll tend to ask. Okay, so now time to vote. Are we going to do this electronically? May as well. Is this working so well so far? Okay, so we're voting to approve the third mutual investment policy and put on 28-day notice. Okay, in case residents wanted to apply.
Yes.
And if your thing isn't working, hey, SK, your name is up there this time. Good.
Thank
stuff.
you.
Okay, still waiting on, well, Moon stepped out.
I'll mark him as absent from the vote.
Okay, that sounds great, and it's 10 anyway, regardless of how he voted. It will pass and go on to 28-day notice for member review and comment. So thanks, everybody. And our last new discussion topic is item 13G for the board to approve our discretionary portfolio reinvestments. And these updates, I believe, are also suggested by the third Finance Committee. You have anything to share with us?
I do.
Do you have something to share?
Yeah.
Or you want ready to move?
No. I just want to make sure that the members of the board know that we not only have to approve the discretionary reinvestment that we voted on as a committee, but we also have to decide when that money is going to be reinvested. And so that's very critical, and we can't leave this meeting until we do. It should be very quick and not a big deal, but I don't want us to miss it. So it's probably two separate things or not? Steve, do you feel comfortable with us first approving the laddering that was decided and then decide how we?
It'd be best, in my opinion, to split it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'd be my opinion to approve how you want, if you want to ladder, whatever you choose.
No. I'm asking your opinion on can we do it as two separate things? One is approve the laddering, which there's no question about, and the second is to approve when we put it back into the market. So can they be separated out that way?
Correct, yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right, so first we need a motion to accept that.
Okay, so I'm kind of confused, but that's fine. I'm often in that state. Yeah, I thought the staff report was a little different than what I was expecting as well. Maybe you're bringing that up. So can I get a motion to approve staff's recommendations regarding the discretionary investments?
It's not staff's.
Well,
thank you.
The Finance Committee's recommendation. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I think I moved it.
Okay, moved. Ira seconds.
It didn't go anywhere, but I moved it.
Okay. I'm trying to figure things out here. Okay. Any discussion? Okay. I guess we vote again.
I don't.
Nicola, yes for me.
Yeah. So again, this is what we, as a Finance Committee, have already approved. So hopefully it'll be fairly clean. There's 9. Okay, SK is 10.
And then we just need Jules' vote.
you voting for us? Okay, all right, so that passed 11-0. And then what is the next?
Okay.
You want to make a motion?
Well, no, the next step is when we buy the next bill.
Right, is that a motion
Okay.
that we made?
It says, upon maturity, the recommendation from staff was, upon maturity, the portfolio of treasury bills will be converted to cash and deposited in the bank account belonging to Third Laguna Hills Mutual. That is correct. But we have to decide when they are going to be moved into the next set of treasury bills, and that is what I would like to present some information on. So I think if you hear that, we can make a faster motion, and in small groups, which is anything less than 12, you're allowed to have the discussion before the motion. So
I'm confused. Go ahead, if you're suggesting
at the moment, it's going to sit in cash, so we have to decide when to move it out.
I understand. Did
Okay.
you say you had some comments you wanted?
Yes.
Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. All right, it would be put into cash initially, and what I am suggesting is there are cash 4-week treasury bills or similar instruments that would earn us interest for a short time. The next meeting of the Federal Reserve, our current treasury bills mature on the 23rd of February, which is in 2 days. The next meeting of the Federal Reserve is March 21st and 22nd, and on the 22nd is when they will announce whether or not interest rates will change. At every single meeting since last March, the Federal Reserve has increased rates 4 times in a row. It was at 3/4 of a point. It was at 75 basis points each time. That's easier to say. The assumption is, and all of the signaling that the Federal Reserve has done suggests that they are likely, not guaranteed, but likely to once again increase the interest rate. And it looks like it would be at another 25 basis points. Given the amount of money that we have, 25 basis points is considerable. So I am suggesting that we, and I can make a motion, that we take that cash and put it in a very short-term investment that will be federally guaranteed and give us interest until such time as the Federal Reserve announces on March 22nd what they will do. In the worst case, they wouldn't raise the interest rates, but we're earning interest in the meantime anyway. And in the best case, they're going to raise it the 1/4 of a point that we anticipate, and we would do much better since we have a lot of money that's going to be laddered over a period of time. So that is my motion, is that we delay reinvesting in Treasury bills until the Federal Reserve meets. And in the meantime, we put it in a federally insured interest-bearing account. If I've used the right words.
Sure. And again, when are they next going to meet?
They're going to meet on March 21st and 22nd. They announced their decision on the 22nd.
Okay, so that'll miss our next board meeting as well.
Yes, we kind of really need to, because we have to know what to do between now and then. And if you want to put it in treasuries right away, then obviously that's an option. But I'm suggesting it can't hurt to wait if we're earning interest on it in the meantime.
So a motion was made?
It was.
And a second.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Motion was made and seconded. Discussion, Moon?
For the Fed, they're saying at least 2 and now 3 times. And then even they were saying this time is a 50 base point instead of a 25 in March. So one thing for sure is going up. That's everybody know at some time this year, pretty much going up. And so my question is, if we are not putting in the T-bill, and as Donna said, this is how much the interest we are getting right now. If what Donna's proposing and the motion, how much are we getting on that one?
So I've not looked in the past few days, given the fact it was long weekend, but it was in the mid-4s. So as of last week for a short-term treasury.
How much is it?
In the mid-4s.
The mid-4s.
Mid-4.
Middle 4s, we would be earning something, and then we would reinvest it as soon as the Fed announces what the new rate is, because we are laddering at 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and a year, and that's a lot of interest money if we were to invest it right away, like.
Oh, excuse me. I think Ira's motion at the Finance Committee, we had 3 months and 6 months, not
And
the
9
whole
months
day.
and 12
No.
months. We have 4. Yes, that's done.
Yeah, then I will support the Donna's point.
Any other questions, comments?
Quick comment.
Yeah, I can't see Jim, so yes?
Just for clarification purposes, so we're talking about the maturities that, the $25 million that matures on in a couple of days. You're proposing to delay that by potentially 30 days before we enact the laddered security or laddered treasury.
Yes, but in that 30 days, put it in
Absolutely.
something
Okay.
that will earn us interest.
It will be in 4+ point
Yes.
for 1 month, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Well, allocated, I mean,
Yeah.
four
So we
plus
have the
points is an
potential.
annual.
return.
Annualized, yes, oh, of course.
Yeah, yeah. So.
With the potential of gaining a quarter to a half a point on $25 million.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. And then if I could get specific direction, if you're looking 4 weeks, 6 weeks, I would appreciate a certain timeline.
The after the Federal Reserve announces, which is the 22nd of March, so the 23rd, if as soon as they are available after the Treasury announcement.
Perfect.
After the Reserve's announcement. Does that give you enough direction? Okay, that's.
Are you sure you understand? Is that what you understand, that day after tomorrow when our thing matures, you're going to put it in for another 4 weeks or 5 weeks, correct?
Till March.
Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Yeah.
Till March 22nd, it will be invested in
Yes,
earning
so
interest.
on the 22nd, when it is announced, you will enact the
As soon as we are permitted to purchase at the new rate.
Correct, yeah. All right. Okay.
Right, any further discussion? All right. I think it's now time to vote, assuming there's no member comments on this topic, all right?
I'll throw out one more comment, that the rates are subject to change. Although I said it's 4% approximately right now,
Yes.
rates are changing all the time.
It changes.
So I'll put it in at what's available.
Okay.
I think mine has a problem.
Okay, so up or down, what do you do?
I did already.
Okay, got it, all right,
I have something blocking my screen. Oh, here it goes.
okay. I'm assuming, all right, and so 10 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention, which was me, I'm just confused. All right. All right, thank you, Steve. Now you can get on with the rest of your day and your week. We'll now move on to agenda item 14, where the members of this board will share our monthly committee status updates, starting with a report of the Finance Committee. Donna?
Okay, if I can have the slides. We're going to go through this fairly quickly. And to begin, we always do the 30,000-foot look. Our income statement of just income, expenses, and the bottom line. And the bottom line is we have a net revenue that is positive of $4,214,000. Let's move on. The next chart looks specifically at the operating budget, and that's exactly what we work with all the time. We need to be as close to that as possible when we are forecasting our budget. And all we're looking at here is, again, what was the revenue, what was the expense, and what is the outcome? And the outcome was a surplus of $1,127,000. Moving on. Slide number 3 takes the full income statement, and for the first time, we're comparing it to budget. And as you can see, it is not surprising that our assessment revenue was very close to budget. Later, we will see that there were some deficient accounts that may have changed that and caused the slight deficit. The non-assessment revenue, higher than anticipated. and our expenses considerably lower than anticipated, with a variance in our favor of $3 million plus. Slide number 4, where we really get into the meat of it. And as you know, my favorite slide, when it's always lots of green. Green means we're doing very well and we are better than budget. Red means we are not. And as you can see, employee compensation and related was actually extremely favorable to $1.25 million. It's good that it's favorable always, but it's not good that it's favorable because we had open positions. And that's part of the problem of getting the work done. So we're working on that. Positions are being filled. They're working as fast as they can to fill those positions. So we expect to be a little closer to budget and getting more work done. Insurance, we did have, as has reported throughout the year, we did have a favorable, over $700,000 favorable, because after the previous year in 2021, when we were hit so hard with that insurance that we didn't expect, there was anticipation it might happen again. And so extra money was set aside and it wasn't needed, so we did have a favorable outcome. As we look at outside services, that was favorable, and unfortunately it was favorable because less work was completed due to late contracts. Contracts didn't get signed in many cases until April. And so the work started late and some work didn't get done. But they're catching up, and hopefully we will be able to get caught up with everything as soon as possible. And one of the things that really was okay is, to a lesser extent, the variance was further due to an unused contingency for any structural fire damage that might occur during the year, and none occurred. So we didn't have to worry about that. And then legal fees, considerably lower than anticipated and budgeted, $329,000 less. And our uncollectible accounts, and the reason they show this time is there are always a few, but this time actually between January of 22 and December of 22, the number of uncollected accounts doubled. And they're working on getting those up to date, hopefully. There were 16 delinquent matters in January 2022 for assessments, and 26 by December. Chargeable services, 52 delinquent matters, which went up to 76 in December. And so that combination has created a sufficient amount that it actually shows up on the chart, and staff is working through to get those accounts paid up. We move on. This is the pie chart we always have showing our non-assessment revenues, and as you can see, chargeable services accounts for fully 1/3. Permit fees, lease processing fees, and laundry revenue are significant, with all of the rest of those smaller pieces of the pie as you move around the circle. And you can see our non-assessment revenues, they all contribute to non-assessment revenues of a little over $2 million. Moving on. Our expenses. Not surprising, and as always, employee compensation and related expenses. Remember, with full-time employees, there are benefits and other things that are added in. Insurance, still, even though we did better than the money we set aside, it still accounted for 20% of our full expenses. Outside services, another 20%. And utilities, significant. Although this year we had to make up money from the previous year because SoCal Edison had changed their billing system and didn't bill us for over $140,000 worth of bills. So that was a little larger than usual. And you can see the rest of the expenses are in a much smaller amount. And as we move on, this is where we look at our non-operating fund. Everything up till now was operating fund. These other funds, replacement funds, which are so important, the Garden Villa Fund, the Disaster Fund, unappropriated expenditures, which is our contingencies fund, are all very important. And the good news is, and the important news is if you look at our beginning balances and then look down at the current balances, each of the balances are higher now than they were at the beginning of the year, and these are all as of December 31st. So each of those funds are not only stable, but they are slightly larger than they were. So moving on to This is just a graphic representation, but it's kind of a nice way of you seeing what's happened over the last 5 years in terms of those accounts. And as you can see, replacement funds has considerably grown, and that's important because this community's facilities are aging and replacements are going to be occurring. The disaster fund, fairly stable. It went down a little when insurance money was taken out of it, as is permitted, and then put back. And the Garden Villa Rec Room Fund is that teeny tiny little line across the top, in case you're wondering why it's listed, but you can't see it. You can see it, it's just very small. And that is my financial report. There should be a slide on sales. Yeah, and basically 2022 had sales less than in 2021. There is some thought that the increasing interest rates for mortgages contributed to that, although some of the realtors say that 70 to 80% of purchasers actually pay cash, so it's hard to see a huge difference based on mortgages, but people are also not selling, thinking that there might be an issue in finding a buyer. And so we will see, but prices are holding, and that's what is important. And with that, that concludes the Treasurer's report.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Donna. Next, we'll have the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee.
May I?
Yes,
Yeah.
you have a question?
Donna,
Sure, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
The employee expenditure of employee and the compensation, is that for only Third Mutual or BMS employee?
Only Third Mutual. This is the Third Mutual Treasurer's report.
Third Mutual has employee?
No,
we
it's
fund-
what
we fund
paid-
employees.
What we paid, we fund them. We give money to VMS.
Oh, okay.
And
that
they
portion,
pay the
yeah.
employees who work
Basically-
within Third Mutual.
Yeah, basically the BMS employee, but our portion of the money
Yes.
to the BMS. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you, though. Good question.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. And now we'll have the Architectural Control and Standards Committee update. Jim?
Okay. I'll just start out with some general information. As our standards are revised and brought up to date with current codes and materials, we strive to ensure safeguards for structural integrity. We also have to consider the fact that when people are doing alterations, we live in a multifamily community. And yes, people's quiet time is interrupted. But by the same token, if that person wanted to do alterations to their unit, they in turn would be compromising some of the peace and quiet of their residents local to them. We just all have to be more tolerant of everyone else because we are in a multifamily community. You know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You know, everybody wants theirs done right away, but they try and not allow other people to get what they want to get done. So we all have to compromise because we live in a multifamily community. So saying that, what we've been trying to do with alterations is to streamline the process. And to expedite that, starting in March, the ACSC will meet on the second Monday at 1:30 p.m., the week before the third board meetings on the third Tuesday, to streamline the process so that instead of having to wait an additional month for the board to approve what the ACSC has approved, it'll come the next week. And on rare occasions, when the second Monday and the third Tuesday are the same week, it'll be done one day before the board meets. So those are the things that we're trying to improve. We had some members caught up in the process of us doing housekeeping on the resolutions since March, and want to apologize for those kind of things happening. We're trying to get all the bugs worked out, and we're working towards solving those issues. So with that said, that concludes my report.
Great, thank you, Jim. What's going on, Ralph, with the third maintenance? And
Okay, the last Third Mutual Maintenance and Construction meeting was January 9, which details were mostly reported in this board last January. Since then, we've been putting out some bush fires. Our next meeting is scheduled for March 6, 1:30 here in the boardroom. and on Zoom.
Oh,
Thank
okay,
you.
great, thanks. Well, what's new with the Landscape Committee, Ira?
At the last meeting, Kurt, head of landscaping, gave an overview of KPIs and the ticket process, explaining that to all the members. And what's more important to me is that we selected 14 areas to start these waterscaping landscape projects. And the next meeting, I hope we'll be approving a number more of them. Since it's a new program, we're trying to define criteria and get the most bang for our buck. So some things will have to be put on the bottom of the pile, and other things move to the top of the pile where we can realize more savings. And that's basically it for...
Yeah. Thanks, Ira. Do we have any updates regarding the Water Conservation Committee, Donna?
Just to once again thank our residents for their efforts to decrease residential water use. It was 19% year over year. That is huge, and we thank you. The next Water Conservation Committee meeting will be the 27th of April, which is very close, right around when the Earth Day celebration is. So I would urge all of our members, or as many as can, to attend the Earth Day celebration. There will be an emphasis on water conservation as well as planet conservation. That's it.
All right, and then finally, from a third committee perspective, we have the Resident Policy and Compliance Committee. This committee last met on Tuesday, January 24th, when we discussed several things, including a review of compliance process for obvious and ongoing clutter situations. We also discussed the pet policy that we talked about earlier today and put on 28-day notice. And we discussed some potential updates to Third's appeal policy, its committee charter, and some compliance letters. This committee will next meet 1 week from today. That's Tuesday, February 28th at 9:30 a.m. here in the boardroom. We plan to continue our discussion of the appeals process and compliance letters as we work to make them more considerate, clear, and complete. And that's all we have for third mutual committees. We'll now move on to agenda item 15, where we'll share our monthly GRF committee status update, starting with the GRF Finance Committee. Donna?
Yes, and as mentioned earlier during member comments, much of the GRF Finance Committee was devoted to discussing their investments, their portfolio, and how to proceed.
Okay, thanks. Next, we have the GRF Media and Communications Committee. Jim, do you have updates on that? You're on mute. If you don't, just let me know.
I don't, and I thought that Chris was going to be doing that because I was remote on that one.
Okay, I think that might have been the previous week, so maybe it didn't meet this month. So we'll
I just want to clarify.
That's what happened. It got canceled.
Okay, got it.
I just want to clarify that the next meeting is the 22nd, tomorrow, and not the 20th as listed.
Okay, great, thank you. Ralph, what's happening with the GRF Maintenance and Construction as well as Clubhouse Renovation Committees?
Okay, the last meeting of the GRF M&C was last December 14th, and the meeting was scheduled for March 8th, but was canceled. So I don't have anything else new to report on that from the meetings. However, there was a tentative schedule regarding refurbishing of the driving range that was published in last Friday's issue of What's Up. And the process is finally scheduled to start, I believe, next Monday, the 27th of February. And the range will be closed. As I understand, March 13 will also be closed. That is the driving range. And then March 27 till about August, it'll probably be closed because that's going to depend on the growing status of new grasses put in. Meanwhile, discount arrangements have been made with Lake Forest Golf Center and Oak Creek. Check the latest What's Up or our Golf Center for details. And the next meeting of GRF M&C is scheduled for April 12. Want me to go ahead with the Clubhouse Committee?
Please.
Okay. That last meeting was January 24. Committee discussed color palette options presented by 27 Diamonds, who is our contractor for the design. and they're going to become somewhat consistent with the colors used in some of the other facilities. A consensus was reached to direct 27 Diamonds to present classic colors and a selection of earth tones for further review. To facilitate further coordination, it was decided to select several members of the committee to visit the 27 Diamonds studio the following week and discuss more about color palettes. The current schedule for 27 Diamonds is to publish their final renderings on their website by mid-March, and to the selection board, and then to the to Clubhouse 1 ad hoc committee, the whole committee, shortly thereafter. I don't have definite dates on that. I started getting information before I could read the email that was sent to me. I got another email that said it's already being changed, so that's where it stands. Details are being developed by Debbie Dobson and Bunny Carpenter. And that's, the next meeting is scheduled for Monday, March 6th.
Thanks, Rob. Jules, anything new with the traffic hearings?
There was one case on, and it was put off for a month.
Okay.
So nothing to report.
Great, thank you. Next, we have the website ad hoc committee. This ad hoc committee has been created to support an effort being led by the Media and Communications Department to update the LagunaWoodsVillage.com website so that it's more modern, useful, and friendly. The intent is that once completed, the updated website will have a front end available to anyone in the world and contain marketing information for prospective buyers. The updated website will also have a resident portal section, which will contain all of the information a homeowner or resident needs that will be password protected. The resident portal will be integrated with the new village computer system, which is often referred to as the ERP system, once it's implemented, to provide residents up-to-date status on their requests, activities, and invoices. This committee last met on Wednesday, February 8th, where the committee discussed the vendor proposals received and began considering which ones to bring in for future discussions in order to make the decision of which vendor to choose to help us develop the updated website. And this website ad hoc committee's next meeting is to be determined as staff works to schedule follow-up sessions with those vendors identified by the committee to continue working with. Regarding the GRF Compliance Ad Hoc Committee, that committee has been created to review and update GRF's compliance processes and policies to help make sure they're up to date, complete, and clear. This committee last met on Friday, February 17th. During that meeting, the committee members reviewed GRF's schedule of monetary penalties, their appeal process and policy, and their nuisance policy, and made some suggestions for changes. And this committee is scheduled to next meet on Wednesday, March 8th at 9:30 a.m., where we'll continue the discussion of GRF's compliance policies and processes. Next, we'll have an update regarding the Disaster Preparedness Task Force. Jim?
Disaster Preparedness Task Force met on January 31st. At that meeting, we went over some of the emphasizing that needed to be done, especially during orientation of new members for disaster preparedness. A tabletop was held at the bazaar. It was very well received. The tabletop discussions, we have a new employee by the name of Edward Green, and he wants to be able to do tabletops for all the clubs, anybody that requests, and in that, he wants to initiate the culture of preparedness. The one big thing is shelter in place, discussion of current disaster preparation programs, clubhouse coordinators, deliver the message of preparedness, presentation to use at various key clubs in the village, disaster prep series on Village TV, series of articles for the Globe. Again, just making people aware, and he wants to try and attend as many club presentations as he can, do more tabletop demonstrations. Along with that, the disaster preparedness office hours of operation are Monday through Friday from 10 to 12. It's at the community center as you come in the back doors, and that's where people can purchase different types of disaster preparedness equipment. And along with that, we have a new veterinarian for emergencies, Healing Hearts Emergency Vet. They also put up a tabletop next to the disaster preparedness at the bazaar. And along with that, we have the pet evacuation subcommittee. So we're looking at really taking care of people's pets and organizing that. And that's about it for that communication. We meet again on March 28th at 9:30 a.m. in the boardroom.
Okay, thanks, Jim. What's happening with the GRF Mobility and Vehicles Committee? Good.
Thank you, President Laws. Our last meeting was on February 1st in the boardroom. Staff provided the committee with a current overview of the Laguna Woods Transportation Department's ridership for the various programs, the fixed routes, the Journey, the Boost, and all the other routes. Staff is following the guidelines provided by state county mandates for mask requirements in the public transportation for COVID-19 restrictions. Excuse my reading because I forgot my reading glasses today. The committee was provided with a delivery updates of the vehicles per the 2021 capital approved purchase plan. Staff presented the committee with several purchase requests. Some were approved, others needed more information. Staff were requested to come back with more information. A special M&V meeting is scheduled for March 2nd, 2023 to discuss this. The next M&V regular meeting is scheduled for April 5th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. in the boardroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Kush. We'll now get an update regarding the GRF Landscape Committee. Ira?
Excuse me, the last meeting was on February 8th, and there wasn't too much to talk about. There was an update on the master control irrigation system that's ongoing, that supply chain issues are still wreaking havoc with delivery of the controllers. They're still coming in, and Kurt's department is installing them as fast as they get them. We're still hoping by midsummer they'll all be done, which means after that and after programming, the whole community will be starting to save a little bit of more money on water, as we'll be using less. There were some minor changes with regards to work done around Alicio Creek. More work will be done after nesting season. We have to wait until the birds do their thing and can't disturb them. And I just want to go back to the meeting before where Kay Havens, who is now president of the El Toro Water District, gave a presentation on transforming landscapes and sustainable landscapes that if people want to get an idea of what we're going towards, take a quick look at her presentation, which should be up online somewhere, hopefully. It was planned through What's Up in the Village. I'm not sure if that happened or not, but hopefully on YouTube it'll be up there. And the next meeting will be May 10th here in the boardroom, virtual as well as in person. So.
Okay, thanks, Ira. Next, we have an update of the Information Technology Advisory Committee. This committee, known as ITAC, currently meets monthly. Last met on Friday, January 27th. This committee is currently overseeing the efforts to replace most of our multitude of old tools and systems with a new single automated tool that will be used by staff, members, and residents to track all activities and support the day-to-day operations of the village. The development team, which consists of consultants and VMS staff, is currently holding iterative sessions called conference room pilots, where staff reviews the functionality of the new automated tool to confirm that the tool is meeting staff's requirements. Where it is not, the consultants adjust or configure the functionality until it meets staff requirements, or bring their concerns to the ITAC for decision about whether to include functionality or not. This process will take several months to complete. Just a reminder, this first phase of the new system is for finance functionality, so accounts payable, general ledger, those types of things. Hopefully mid this year we'll be able to implement it. And the ITAC is scheduled to next meet this Friday, February 24th. And finally, the following GRF committees have not met since the last third board meeting of January 17th, and so there are no updates for these. There are three of them. The GRF Community Activities Committee last met on January 13th and is scheduled to next meet on Thursday, March 9th at 1:30 p.m. here in the boardroom. The GRF Security and Community Access Committee last met October 31st of last year and is scheduled to meet this coming Monday, February 27th at 1:30 p.m. here in the boardroom. At that meeting, this committee will be discussing the recent changes made to better control who enters Gate 12. So if you're interested in learning more or have comments to share, please join that meeting. And finally, the Purchasing Ad Hoc Committee last met on April 7th of last year, and the next meeting is to be determined. That concludes our committee reports. We're now at agenda item 16, which is for the boards to note of any items they'd like to discuss at a future board meeting. So far, our list, we have 3 items of new business that we discussed earlier today and agreed to place on 28-day notice for member review and comment. These items are the revised architectural standard number 4 for air conditioning units and heat pumps, the updates to Thirds pet policy, and the updates to Thirds investment policy. Are there any other items that anybody would like to add as a future agenda item? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. We're now at agenda item 17, the director's comments. Do any directors have any last comments regarding the items that we discussed today that they'd like to share? I'm going to start on my right this time. Kush, anything?
Nothing special.
Nothing further? All right. Donna's shaking her head no. Chris? No. Mark? No. Ralph?
No more.
Okay. Ira? No. Jules? No. Moon? Yes?
Bridge and the barrier area. Your microphone.
His speaker's not on.
Can you turn your microphone on, please?
Excuse me.
It's okay. You'll get used to it.
Okay, bridge and barrier area, and Jules was very passionately trying to express his feelings. But let me say, it ain't broken, don't fix it. That's one thing. Second, how much we have problem? Do we have any data? Any resident complaint or any accident or anything? Okay, third, and I live like the Jules picture right now. And then I was before at the higher, 3 stories. There is something under the stairway, and nobody bothers, nobody complains as far as I'm concerned. And so I experienced that way. So what we've done today, I'm not so sure that's a real good thing.
Great, thank you, Moon. Andy?
This Jules' discussion that we had, I don't know if it's a real problem, but bike stealing. And I have a bike, but I have a garage. So I put it in the garage, and you got to work around it. But the people that don't have garages, I'm just wondering if there's any kind of ad hoc group coming together to come up with some solutions to make the bikes more safe. Because bikes are easy to steal, and people steal them all the time. And we encourage bikes because it saves, instead of using your car, you use a bike. So it's a good thing from a public standpoint for people to use bikes. But if it's a hassle with the security issue, I think we need to find some ways to secure the bike population, as it were, in the village. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thanks, Andy. And SK?
Yes, I'd like to discuss member discussion time. Thank you.
Member discussion time.
Who wants to add it
So this is just director's comments. We're moving on. You had your chance. I thought you said you had none.
I would just like to make a comment about what Andy said. There are things that you can do when you have a bike. A bike is very thin. A lot of people simply bring it in and hang it. You can almost hang it in a closet. But the closer you get to your house, the less likely it is that you're going to have theft. So the safest place is right outside your front door.
Thanks, Jules. All right, the business of our open meeting has now been completed. At this time, the monthly board meeting will recess for not many minutes and reconvene to executive session. So we'll reconvene upstairs, 10 minutes. We can have a eating lunch and move on. Thanks to those of you who participated, and thanks everybody for listening. Thanks from board members. I think we had some good discussion. And for the new board members, you're getting used to it. So thanks, everybody. Meeting is on recess. Thank you.
Thank you.